shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Could you please introduce yourself to the committee?
Yeah, my name is Godfred Mode, the head of internal audit of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology.
So my name is Cecilia Nyadia. I'm the director for HR at Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. Thank you.
My name is Francis Sogwe, Director of Finance for the Ministry.
You could please have a seat and then introduce yourselves to the committee.
Good morning, Madam Chair and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Musa Ahmed. I'm the Judicial Secretary.
Good morning. Respectfully, my name is Justice Srakus Bapuro. I'm the Deputy Judicial Secretary.
Please speak into the mic. And when you are done with the mic, please turn it off.
Honorable Chair, my name is Niboy Kwoti, Director Administration.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Mrs. Veratechi, Director of Finance.
Honorable Chair, my name is Frederick Bedu, Director of Human Resources.
Honorable Chair, my name is Charles Aiden, the Deputy Director of Finance.
Honorable Chair, my name is Doris Ehonam Aka, Accountant.
Honorable Chair, my name is James Afezi, Regional Accountant, Central Region.
Okay, we'll start from your head office. And infraction is on paragraph 1868. And Honorable Kunedo will take care of that one.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, this infraction has to do with some payments that were made by the Judicial Service. And these payments were made on invoices that were not VAT invoices, which the law stipulates that we ought to have VAT receipts for invoices that we made. So the auditors going through your IGF account found that you made payments to the tune of 91,920 Ghana cedis, all of which they were not covered by VAT invoices. And their recommendation was that VAT invoices be recovered on these amounts, failing which the Director of Finance must pay, or the Judicial Secretary must recover these amounts and pay. We would want to know if this is recovered.
We recovered them from the period the audit observation was done up till now. But some of the suppliers, you call them, they don't pay, but we are following up at their premises to get the VAT invoices and attach them for the auditors to look at.
So you said you shown the 80,000 recovered to the auditors, those invoices?
Yes, Honorable Chair, we have done that verification with the auditors.
Auditors, can you confirm the part recovery of these invoices?
Honorable Chair, per our last verification, we were able to verify VAT receipts covering an amount of 76,350.88, leaving a balance of 14,939.12.
Madam Director of Finance, there seems to be some disparity, differentiation between the amount of 11,000 and the 14.
Chair, I think there's a discrepancy between our figures. So we need to do a reconciliation with the auditors to agree with the figures that we currently have of 11,783.9 Ghana cedis, Honorable Chair.
Hello, Madam. You guys are the law. Isn't that so? Hello?
Yes, we interpret the laws.
You interpret the
made by
law.
Parliament, yes, please.
And what does the law say about VAT payments?
Indeed, you are right. Upon the transaction taking effect, the VAT must be issued to evidence payment. Now, what it is that the situation we have in our system normally allows some of these transaction owners to delay the issuance of the VAT receipt. And in our case, much as we try to do a follow-up.
Sir, I wish you wouldn't make a statement like that, because you are being watched by the whole country. You interpret the law, and the law says you need to get the VAT, payments. VAT payments need to come with receipts. It's just like if you heard of a policeman stealing, you say, yay. Now here we have the people interpreting the law, and they are not following it. Should I get GRA to come after you to get it?
We wish to take a cue from the committee, and we shall do our homework well at the next sitting of the committee.
So how many more weeks do you want to have to retrieve these invoices?
May we ask for 14 days, please?
14 days.
That is so.
14 days granted. And that's 2 weeks. Auditors, please take note. Because within 14 days, if they haven't gotten it, they are appearing before the committee. Because somebody who interprets the law should know what the law is. The next infraction is on paragraph 1873. And Honorable OPK will take care of that one.
Yes, I think it still has to do with some 3,939 withholding tax that you have unremitted. And just like the chair for the day said, the law resides in your bosom, and we expect that the law is followed. But you failed to submit the tax within the 15 days as stipulated by Section 117 of Act 896. Are you able to explain to this committee what you have done with respect to this infraction?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. With respect to the withholding tax, we are happy to inform you that we have since complied with that, and that the tax has duly been paid to the Ghana Revenue Authority, and we have the evidence to show to the committee.
Have you showed the evidence to the auditors?
That is so.
Auditors, are you able to confirm?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that the taxes have been remitted.
All right, but just to find out from you, what systemic controls have you placed so that these things do not occur? Because 3,900 and you are dragged before the Public Accounts Committee should not happen again. The law says that within 15 days, remit all taxes to the state. What internal controls have you done at your end to ensure that this thing do not repeat again?
My finance director will speak to that question, please.
Honorable Chair, we've put in place a second line of check Normally, our PVs are vetted by internal auditors, but we put in place another control of check that when the payment vouchers come back from the audit unit, we go through all of them to see if there are any documents missing. And then at the point of payment, before we make payments on the GiftMiss platform, we also go through the payment voucher to ensure that all documents are in place before we release the money electronically to the supplier. Thank you.
Is the internal auditor, is he here?
Honorable Chair, he's not here.
He's not here.
Yes, Honorable.
Because I would wonder why he's still at work and these things are happening. Anyway, the next infraction is on paragraph 1877. Honorable Annex Enim will take care of that one.
Thank you, Chair. So this infraction has to do with untransferred revenue to the holding account to the tune of 15,550. So the auditors revealed that a total amount of 15,550 collected was not transferred to the Treasury single account. The auditors recommend that the Director of Finance immediately transfers the amount of 15,550 with interest at the prevailing Bank of Ghana rate into the holding account. Has this transfer been done?
Honorable Chair, respectfully, this amount has been transferred into the holding account.
Auditors, can you confirm if this amount has been transferred?
Honorable Chair, the amount has been transferred.
Madam, can you tell the committee at what point this money was transferred into the Treasury account? And what accounted for that delay?
Honorable Chair, the collection banks, that is the EcoBank, they are responsible for collection of the fees and fines. So at the point that the audit infraction were noticed, we followed up with our NTR unit, where they do the rigorous reconciliation, and then later the letter was sent to them to do the transfer. So it's been done.
What arrangement was in place with the bank? And within the agreement, how many days are they supposed to transfer the money?
Especially by the law, within 72 hours, they need to do the transfer. So we've drawn their attention to that going forward.
Was the amount transferred with the interest the auditors recommended?
Honorable Chair, the interest is yet to be transferred.
When was the transfer actually done, and why that delay with the interest? Because that's the recommendation from the auditors, not to just transfer the 15, but then plus the interest.
Honorable Chair, the transfers, the collection was in bits. So the transfers were done between January 2023 to February 2023.
Sir, have you taken notice of the auditor's infraction? It says June 2022 to December 2023. So then you can't tell us that the transfer was...
We are going to follow up with the interest and the report to the committee.
Sir, that is not enough. It is not about well noted, the principal amount has been paid. The instructions were that do A, B, C, D. You do A and decide not to do B, and you say, well noted, we are going to do it. Respectfully, get it done within the same 14 days that Madam has prescribed that you're going to settle the other one on the VAT receipts. And let the bank pay you what is due for holding your monies for close to 18 months per the Auditor General's infraction cited in the report.
The Honorable Chair will comply within the 40 days.
You see, I have a big worry. Judicial Service, you are supposed to interpret the law. And you told us that they need to transfer the money within 72 hours. Isn't that what you said, sir?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
So you know what should be done. And when it wasn't done, what did you do about it?
Honorable Chair, the reconciliation was done
after 18 months.
No, when the auditors brought to our attention, because this is coming from a court. So when it was brought to our attention, we also embarked on the reconciliation to confirm that. And indeed, the amount as stated by the auditors, we agreed with them. Like I indicated earlier, the principal amount has been paid, and we will do follow up with the interest that as the law requires. Thank you.
So if the external auditors haven't prompted you, don't you have any internal systems in place? You said you have an internal auditor. Who could have prompted you on this infraction? You see, you are judicial services. You need to, we make laws. You interpret it for us. Hey, Ebegwegu. The next infraction is on paragraph. The ruling is within 14 days. They should get the interest. It will be interesting. You take judicial services to court. Okay, the next infraction is on paragraph 1881. And it's about unremitted withheld tax of 14,274. How about that one?
Honorable Chair, this has been cleared, and we have also cleared it with the auditors.
And did you clear with the interest or any penalty? Was there any penalty with it?
Honorable Chair, respectfully, no.
I'm sorry?
Respectfully, there was no penalty or interest attached.
What does the law say? The law says something about it.
What does the law say about withholding of taxes?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, we admit, because per the audit recommendation, we were supposed to pay the penalty as well. So, Honorable Chair, we'll work on that as well. And then.
No, I said, what the question was, what does the law say about withholding of taxes?
That we are supposed to pay within the 15 days, Honorable
15 days?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Auditors, have they paid this amount?
Yes, Honorable Chair. The amount has been remitted to the GRA.
Okay, the next infraction is on paragraph 1884, and Honorable Frank Yebo will take care of that one.
This one relates to a similar issue, unremitted welfare taxes amounting to 6,246. Have you done the needful?
Honorable Chair, we have done the needful as recommended by the auditors.
Auditors, can you confirm, please?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that the entire amount has been paid to the GRA.
The next infraction is on paragraph 1887, also unremitted revenue to the consolidated fund of 45,470. Has this amount been paid?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, it has been paid into the consolidated fund.
Auditors, could you confirm, please?
Honorable Chair, per our last verification, it was still outstanding. So if there has been any transfer and they have the documents, they can provide them.
The auditor is saying they're still outstanding.
Honorable Chair, we have the exhibits from Ghana Commercial Bank as having been paid. Why?
When did you get that? The infractions. It was on the statements was from January to August 2025. So the reporting time, we got it on the 26th of August 2025, Honorable Chair. Now, 26th of August, did you give it to the auditors?
Honorable Chair, I think it escaped us.
I'm sorry?
By the district auditor.
District auditor.
So I think there was a miscommunication. So we'll forward it to the auditors for them to verify.
Okay, auditors, please follow up on that one for us.
Well noted, Honorable Chair.
The next infraction is on paragraph 1891, and Honorable Dr. Jasso will take care of that one.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this infraction was observed in Central Region at the Kaswa District Court. It has to do with payroll audit and what the outcome was. Honorable Chair, one Cephas Stan Ghani vacated post on the 21st of July 2023. He was, however, validated and paid an amount of 8,064 Ghana cedis. This is an unearned salary for August 2023. The recommendation was that the registrar should recover the said amount with interest. What do you have to say?
Madam Chairperson, we came with our Central Regional Accountant where the infraction took place to give us an answer.
Respectfully, Honorable Chair, the sum amount of 8,064 Ghana cedis, we've been able to retrieve 4,000 from the said former staff. And we are still working on getting the remainder. Thank you.
So if I understood you, out of the 8,064 Ghana cedis, you were able to retrieve how much and what is left?
So currently we have retrieved 4,000 and remaining 4,064 Ghana cedis.
When did you retrieve this amount? And where is the amount?
Okay, so the 4,000 Ghana cedis was retrieved on it was paid on 22nd October 2025. Yes, and the amount has been paid today, BOG.
So you paid it only last week?
Very well.
So what is the problem? Why have you not recovered the full amount with interest?
The former staff in question, in fact, we were struggling to get him. So we have to involve the police. Yes, and when he was apprehended by the police, his family members came on board to make that initial deposit. In fact, the 4,000 was made in trenches, 2,000, and then later they also brought the 2,000. They promised us that we are going to pay the rest before end of November. And
so family members came in, and then it quoted your leniency, right? That attracted leniency from you to allow this flexibility. Is that correct?
No. In fact, that 4,000 Ghana cedis that he paid, it was as a result of we being hard on it, even we have to involve the police. That's how come we were able to, because we cannot trace the former staff in question. So the registrar have to go and then, in order to get the staff.
All right. Exactly, I'll come back to it. So we'll come back to the registrar and what he should do or he should have done to retrieve the full amount for the state. Who validated this worker? I want a name and a position. Who validated this worker?
Validation is done at the registry, and in this particular one, I think the registrar was the validator.
Madam Chair, respectfully, I will request the witness to answer the questions directly, as if you were in a court, because you have the powers of a high court. Now, who registered, who validated the said worker? You know the person. Can you give that information to the committee, please?
Honorable Chair, the validator is Mr. Smiler Adams.
Please, can you add some further information? Who is Mr. Smiler Adams? Is he here?
He is the cashier of the court.
And he validates, or he validated this specific one?
He validated this specific one.
Are you able to tell the committee how a cashier of a district court will validate a worker? Is that your practice there?
Honorable Chair, the validation is done by the cashier of the court and the registrar. You know, the cashier will have to validate and the registrar will forward. The registrar will have to approve of it. That was why he was trying to remember the name of the registrar. I think he's Agro, but he forgot the first name. So it's the registrar and the cashier who do the validation for each of the courts.
So it means that the cashier is the one who occasioned this infraction, because the worker was not there, and yet he went ahead to validate. The registrar, without due diligence, also confirmed that validation, and therefore the worker was paid. Will you agree that both the cashier and the registrar was negligent in this duty?
Honorable Chair, the two of them caused the...
So, Honorable Chair, I will defer to you. The witness has established how it occurred and what we should do. We need the state to get back its money with interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The registrar, those two people who validated that person will have to pay this amount, and you have 30 days to do that. Thank you very much.
Noted.
Let's move to the next infraction. It's on paragraph 1895, and Honorable Gape will take care of that one.
Thank you. Judicial Service. This one is related to High Court, Kasua Fanko. It is basically about an end salary where a deputy chief registrar proceeded on annual leave, proceeded on 1 year leave without pay, but it was still validated and being paid. And then the recommendation was the registrar should recover the amount of 9,587 Ghana cedis with interest at the prevailing Bank of Ghana rate. I would like to find out from you whether you have done the needful.
Honorable Chair, payment has been made into the Auditor General's recovery account.
With interest?
Honorable Chair, without interest.
Then you need to pay the interest because that was the recommendation from the Auditor General. Auditor General, can you confirm?
Yes, Honorable Chair. So the amount of 9,587 has been recovered as of 21st August 2025, but the balance, the interest is still outstanding.
Why is he outstanding?
Honorable Chair, they may have to explain to us, but yeah.
They should explain the reason why they are not paying the interest.
Honorable Chair, we'll follow up with the payments of the interest and get it done.
Chair, we are in your hand.
Thank you very much. Judicial Service, you pay the interest within 30 days. I'm surprised Judicial Service is not. They can interpret the law, but they don't want to follow it. The next one is on paragraph 1898, and Honorable Kinney will take care of that one, please. Okay, it's on Judicial Service Cape Coast and unsupported payments of 83,920. How about that one?
Honorable Chair, the payment vouchers have been retrieved.
Madam, please speak into the mic.
The payment vouchers have been retrieved, and the district auditor has done the verification. And we have the payment vouchers here for the Auditor General to validate.
Have they seen the documents yet?
The district auditor for Central Region, Cape Coast, has done the validity, because that's where the report came from.
Yes.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
And Cape Coast, you are here, right? Then answer it, sir.
Honorable Chair, yes, we've been cleared from the Cape Coast District.
My question, have all these amounts been, have you recovered all these documents?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Can the Auditor General confirm, please?
Honorable Chair, the relevant documents were submitted and verified.
Thank you very much. The next infraction is on paragraph 1901. And it's on unpresented payment vouchers of 19,926. What has happened to these documents?
Honorable Chair, respectfully, this has also been cleared with the auditors.
They've been cleared with the auditors. Yes, and this is also from Cape Coast, right? We seem to have something going on in Cape Coast Judicial Service out there. Sir, please, don't smile on this one. It doesn't look good. Auditors, have they presented the documents?
Yes, Honorable Chair, the PVs were presented and verified.
The next infraction is on paragraph 1905, and Honorable Ahinkwa will take care of that one, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, this infraction is on unretired interest. Regulation 102 of the Public Financial Management Regulation says that a spending officer, after issuing an imprest, has to recover or retire the money within 10 days. Here, in contravention to this regulation, it was observed that the Deputy Regional Administrative Officer of the court was granted an amount of 9,711 Ghana cedis to perform some various activities in the outstation courts. The auditors observed that those activities were performed, but the money, as the law stipulates, was not retired. And this is in contravention to the regulation. So auditors met the management, and management told the auditors that they have identified the documents that are supporting those payments. Upon a second check, it proved that the documents were not there. They were lying to the audit service. We are guided by law in this country. We know the Criminal Offences Act and other related acts, the law that governs it. Act 1960. When you make a false declaration, the consequences. So why did you give a false information to the audit service?
Answer. It's happening in Cape Coast.
Honorable Chair, the amount has been fully retired, and it has been cleared from the district court, district auditor, Cape Coast. Thank you.
We'll come to that. The auditors are saying, upon a second check, the documents supporting the payment were not there. This is what the report says. So it means, in the first instance, you gave them a false information. And we know the consequences when you make a false declaration for the loss of the country. So why that falsehood? Before we come to the verification.
Honorable Chair, I think it was an omission. Yes.
Okay. Auditors, that they have now submitted the documents to validate whatever. Is it true?
Yes, Honorable Chair, per our last verification in August this year, they provided documents to retire the imprest.
Thank you. But I have some reservation. When it comes to the judicial service, we know the role you play when it comes to legality. I don't think a reputable institution like the judicial service should be caught with some of these petty offenses. So what are we telling the others? If somebody appears before your court and is caught by this, how will you treat the person?
Sir, you said it was an omission. What did you omit?
Honorable Chair, it may be as a result of when they were presenting the document.
It may be. You see, you are not too sure of what you are saying, but you sworn an oath to speak the truth and nothing but the truth.
That is at the time.
You have sworn an oath to speak the truth and nothing but the truth. If you are not sure of what you are saying, you are better off keeping quiet and allowing your superiors to answer. But you cannot tell us that it was an omission. It may be an omission. Omission of what? Omission of the statements, omission of what? Of the truth. You failed to tell them the truth. You omitted the truth. Is that what you are saying? Respectfully, let's try as much as possible to take the auditors serious. You tell the auditors, you submit documentation to them to prove what they are asking, only for them to come out later and realize that this is not it. And we tell you, say, oh, it may be an omission.
Have the auditors verified? They have verified it. Now you see why I told you earlier that you shouldn't be smiling, because it doesn't smell good at judicial services in Cape Coast. Let's go to the next one, please. It's on the next infraction is on paragraph 1910. And Honorable Depala will take care of that one.
Thank you, Chairman. This infraction has to do with 3 staff of the Judicial Service. It has to do with unearned salary of 41,125 Ghana cedis. 3 staff of the service of your organization vacated posts between August 2023 and February 2024, and yet were collecting salary. The 3 are, I want to mention their names, wherever they are. We have Accra100 Michelle Owusua. She earned 34,325 Ghana cedis. Then Asante Kingsley Quanting, 5,500. Then Evans Edusai, some 1,298 Ghana cedis. The auditors said that the administrative officer and the accountant should recover the money. I want to find out whether the money has been recovered.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. For Accra100 Michelle Owusua, the unearned salary upon reconciliation with the auditors was 10,938.74, and this has been paid into the Auditor General's recovery accounts. Asante Kingsley Quanting, he did not receive any salary after vacation of post was issued. So his pay slip and bank statement was given to the auditors for verification. Evans Edusei has also paid the 1,320 Ghana cedis into the Auditor General's recovery account. Thank you.
Can the auditors confirm this?
Honorable Chair, we cannot confirm this because per the last status that I received from the Sunyani office, the information given wasn't given to me. It was still outstanding.
When was your last checkup on it?
That was in August.
Madam.
Honorable Chair, our regional administrative officer and the regional accountant sent this verification to us with the district auditors. So respectfully, we will have to go and validate and then get back with the auditors to finalize that.
Madam, what your response to this infraction, do you have the proof? Do you have any proof to what you are saying?
We have evidence of that.
Okay. You can give it to the audit. So you can give copies to the auditors for them to confirm to us. Chairman, I'm done.
All right, thank you very much. Judicial Services, you are discharged. Let's call Ministry of Trade.
We are grateful.
Judicial Service, I think next time when the auditors come to your end, let the people at the top spend good quality time with them. Because some of these infractions that you were cited for are infractions that should never come here. So moving forward, Judicial Secretary, I would ask that whenever the auditors come, please let's spend some good time with them and try as much as possible to clear some of these things before they even appear in your management letter. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for this advice. It's well noted.
Trade. Yeah.
Can they take the oath, please? Can they swear the ministry in with the agencies, please? Because we have a Ghana Trade Fair Company, Ghana Standards Authority, Ghana Enterprises Agency, and Ghana Supply Company Limited.
I swear by the Almighty God, that the evidence I shall give before this committee, touching the matter in issue, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Senior and Deputy Minister, you are welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can you please introduce yourself to the committee?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, my name is Honorable Samson Ahi, MP for Bodi, and the Deputy Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. My colleagues will introduce themselves.
Honorable Chair, my name is Noah Tumfo, Chief Director, Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry.
Honorable Chair, my name is Franklin Kwesi Andrews, Director of Finance and Admin for Ghana Trade Fair Company Limited.
Honorable Chair, respectfully, my name is Augustine Amwanai, Esquire, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Ghana Trade Fair Company.
Honorable Chair, my name is Professor George Eji, Acting Director General, Ghana Standards Authority.
Honorable Chair, my name is Samuel Sakite, Director of Finance, Ghana Standards Authority.
Honorable Chair, my name is Bafo Ekufu Ankama, Director of Finance, Ghana Enterprises Agency.
Honorable Chair, my name is Emma Damientry, Acting Director, Human Resource.
Honorable Chair, my name is Idris Dambanyebo Mahmoud, Deputy CEO, Ghana Enterprises Agency.
Honorable Chair, my name is Samuel Jabanyiti, Deputy Director General in charge of General Services for Ghana Standards Authority.
Honorable Chair, I'm Dr. Awal Mohammed, Deputy Director General, Ghana Standards Authority.
Okay, Honorable Minister, the first one is for Ghana Enterprises, the Ghana Enterprise Agency. Are they here? Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you, Madam. We are looking at the Ghana Enterprise Agency, their financial statement, performance. What when it comes to your financial statement from 2022 to 2023, you increase your income by 75%. But at the same time, your expenditure also increased by 74.5%. Why?
Honorable Chair, yes. The reason being that Most of the funds that are received at Ghana Enterprises Agency are from collaborating partners. And these funds, when they are received, are meant for some specific activities. For 2023, there were a lot of monies that came for grants, which were given out to the MSMEs as grants, and some money also came in for startup kits. So those startup kits were procured and given out to the MSMEs as startup kits. So that is the reason why the monies that came in, the money that went out was just about the money that came in.
Yeah, I see that on the grants, you had about 284 million in 2023, as opposed to 2022 when you had 153 million. So the difference was about 130 million on the grants that you got. But then when it comes to the expenditure, the expenses went up by 43 million, as opposed to in 2023, as opposed to that of 2022. What about consumption of fixed assets?
Consumption of fixed assets is purposely the depreciation that are charged on property, plants, and equipment.
In 1 year, it went up to 2.3 million.
Mr. Chair, in 2023, there were a lot of procurement with respect to vehicles because of the projects that came on board. For instance, the Ghana Economic Transformation Project, the Ghana Jobs and Skills Project, and that of MasterCard Foundation. There were some vehicles that were procured and other plans that were procured. So that actually resulted in an increase in the consumption of fixed assets.
You see your current assets, it went from 9 million to 303 million. That's your non-current assets. But current assets went down. What caused that?
Like I earlier indicated, the non-current asset is basically the PPEs, the plant, property, plant, and equipment. So that went up in the year 2023.
Now your position on current ratio, it declined to 1 to 1 to 1. Huge difference right there. What happened and what are you going to do to recover?
Honorable Chair, the issue in 2023 was basically the agency moving on to use full accrual, where the funds, part of the funds that were received from the collaborating partners which are not being utilized are deferred. When it's being deferred, it is pushed into the current liabilities. So this pushed the current liabilities up, and that actually affected the current ratio.
Can you come again, please?
I'm saying that under 2023, the EPSAS, the remaining funds under the collaborating partners, the monies that came in which were not utilized, that portion of that money was deferred. When we defer it, that goes under the current liability, and this swells up the
monies that you did not utilize now turns into a liability.
The monies that were received, you receive it from a partner. So if that money is not utilized, you cannot realize that's earned. So that money becomes a liability to the agency. So 2023, the subsequent year, when that monies are being used, you release it as revenue, then it comes in.
You put the money in the current liabilities column because you were not able to use it. And then in the ensuing year, you release it back. So how do you treat it?
So that portion, now you credit the revenue, then you debit the liability. So the revenue now goes up, then the liability portion in the current liability will go down.
Auditors, can you confirm this treatment?
Honorable Chair, that is it. Because they are preparing the accounts under IFSA's accruals, the money does not belong to them, so it has to be treated in the account as a liability. So in the ensuing year, as they release it, the liability will be going down, and then the revenue will be going up, and then the expenses will take on. So that is how the treatment is done, which is acceptable.
So in 2024, I would see monies of close to 200 million. Because when you do the difference, about 200 million Ghana cedis coming in as income per your treatment.
Rightly so, Honorable Chair.
Rightly so. Today is the 27th of October, 2024. Rightly so. We'll take note of that, and when the accounts for 2024 comes, we will look at that. But, Mr. Chair, I just want clarification on something that I am seeing here. I see under the expenditure different components of expenses. I see specialized expenses and I see other expenses. Current chair asked you why the increase in expenditure, and you said you used it for, usually when the funds come in, they are directed for specific purposes. Was that captured under goods and services? You give me the explanation of the various expenses, the specialized and then the other expenses. And I'm also asking whether that expenditure that saw you increasing the amount by close to 74.5% was captured under goods and services.
Honorable Chair, under expenses, yes, the goods and service amount of 199,244,964.93 under goods and service. Some of the expenditures were material and office consumables, utilities, general cleaning, rentals and leases, travel and transport, consultancy, training, and seminars.
So stop right there. But when he asked you, you said that the total income that increased by 75 and the expenditure that came with it was usually to pay or to address the expenses of a particular program. But here you are telling us that it's for office consumables, it's for this, it's for that, it's for utilities. So then it did not go to address that specific payments of grants to people and all the other things that you mentioned. Because the auditors were specific that you saw your income go up by 75% and your expenditure also go up by 74%. And gladly you told us that, oh yes, it was to, take care of a program that income had provided. But here we are, your goods and services is speaking to something directly different from that. And then you come to the specialized expenses and other expenses. Tell us what exactly they are.
Madam, the specialized expense was, one was rent and the other one was impairment.
Didn't you pay any rent in 2022?
But I mean,
Because the specialized expenses is 0 for 2022, but 2.3 million in 2023.
yes, in 2022, the rent component was paid directly under the Ghana Economic Transformation Project from Ministry of Finance. But in 2023, we have to pay from our end. The reason why in our financial we don't have the rent in it.
Under goods and services, you mentioned lease also over there.
Yes.
So if there's a lease and then there's a rent, which one are we talking about? What is the lease for?
Normally, the lease, I want to look at it, but normally the lease is for the equipment that, photocopiers that we lease for the activities of the agency.
You see, when it comes to 2022, you had a deficit of 6.4 million. And then 2023, a deficit of 9.5 million. So which direction are we going?
Honorable Chair, I think this deficit basically as a result of the change, I mean the movement from the cash or partially cash basis to that of accrual. Because under the cash, when funds are received, like from a partner, we recognize everything as revenue for the year. But with this new, the IPSAS, now we have to defer a portion of the funds that are not being used. So it is pushed under the current liability. Then subsequently when it's used, then we realize, we recognize it.
When did you start with the IPSAS?
Fully 2023.
Now, when I asked you earlier about grants, which resulted in 75% increase in your revenue, you say you use it for projects. But now that we are talking about the expenses, not all of it was used for projects. What portion of it did you use for projects?
Oh, Mr. Chair, I don't have that information here, but I don't have that information here. But the monies that are being used under the collaborating partner funds, these monies go under the expenses. So that's why initially I mentioned that it's for those projects.
So your current ratio right now is artificial?
No, it's correct.
Because you go from 609.4 to 1 to 1.6 to 1.
Yes, it is because of the change.
And then definition for the other expenses, please. You've given us that of the specialized expenses. And in your goods and services numbers, if clearly your projects are paid under goods and services, you should have an item or two showing that. And you have the list in front of you. You have the breakdown.
But I'm sorry, if you can ask the question.
I asked for the definition of what you term specialized expenses, other expenses, and then goods and services. So you gave us what you termed other expenses as rent. Sorry, specialized expenses as rent. And I'm saying, give me a breakdown of the other expenses, what it entails.
Honorable Chair, I'm sure the auditors might have put some figures together, because if you look at my financial statement, under the expenses, I have compensation, I have goods and service, I have specialized expenses, I have grant, then consumption of fixed assets. So
There's no line item called other expenses.
Yeah, I don't have that one here.
And that is 77 million. So you have the specialized expenses as 2.3, your goods and services as 199.7 million Ghana cedis, and then the other expenses. So anything found outside the specialized expenses and goods and services will be the other expenses. So then let us know what the others entail. Anything that falls outside specialized expenses, which you've explained to us, the goods and services, which you have also done, and so all the others, I'm sure, will constitute other expenses. So if you can translate that for us.
Honorable Chair, from my financial, I have grants standing alone as item 38, which is the 77,817,646.84.
So this is going to buttress what you told us, that some monies came in and then you used it for a project. The grant is a project. So that is why we're asking you to let us know which projects did you spend this money on. So then the other expenses goes to the grants that were given out for the incomes, the specialized incomes that came in.
Yes, grants.
Okay.
But as part of the, as part of the goods and service, we have consultancy expenses, which is basically the consultants that were engaged under the project. The Ghana Economic Transformation Project, the Ghana Jobs and Skills Project. So the payment falls under their project, but it was captured under goods and service.
I get that. So then, now I know that the other expenses had to do with grants that were given. It's always important to, usually when you just see other expenses, 77 million, you should go further to find out exactly what it is, because I know there are goods and services which speaks to expenses, the regular expenses. And then in here you have specialized expenses and then other expenses. That's why I wanted to probe further to find out exactly what the other expenses entailed. And now it's been confirmed that you use that to pay grants.
Okay. Now, yes, sir.
Chairman, thank you very much. One quick observation. If you look on your income side, the first line item there, you find a non-tax revenue. In the financials, you find non-tax revenue. There seems to be a sharp decline in that. That is about 40%. What constitutes that? And does that have any effect once it starts declining that way on the operations that you do?
Honorable Chair, the non-tax revenue is a composition of goods and service and foreign exchange gain. Yeah. Yes.
And that seems to be declining. The gains you make from foreign exchange seems to be declining, because it declined by 41% between 2022 and 2023.
Which is dependent on the foreign currency that you will receive. Yeah.
Okay, now let's move to the management issues. And it's on paragraph 1275. Honorable Gape will take care of that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This infractions is basically failure to serve bond after steady leave with pay. And then the auditors have recommended that an amount of 42,254 be paid into Auditor General's recovery account with interest. Can I please know the status of this infraction?
Honorable Chair, as at now, an amount of 32,769 Ghana cedis has been paid with an outstanding of 9,484.80.
Auditors, can you please confirm such amount?
Honorable Chair, an amount of 32,769 has been recovered, leaving a balance of 9,484.80, as he indicated. Thank you.
So when is the rest being paid? When are you paying the rest?
Is Samira in the country? Is she in the country?
No. When are you paying the rest of the money? This is government of
Samira is not in the country, but we are still following up to retrieve the.
What method did you use to retrieve the 32,000 plus?
We wrote follow-up letters to her, and then we were constantly calling her on phone, and then giving her reminders officially. So that's prompted her to come and pay. But we are still using the same method to retrieve the 9,000.
Just so we are informed and we get to understand how to handle these matters in future. In the response you gave to the auditors, you made claim that you wrote to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The ministry directed that you engage the NIB authorities. Did you do that? And is it that which triggered Samira to pay back the money? We want to understand the method that you used in doing that, because we get these infractions a lot.
Honorable Chair, yes, that rightly so. We initially went, when we realized that she was not in the country, we went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs if we can get assistance, but they referred us to NIB. So there was we had a meeting with her lawyers, and then they agreed to pay that amount. But they wanted to pay for 1 year. But per the auditor's request, they indicated that he's supposed to pay 42,000, which we are still following up for her to pay.
Mr. Chair, but keep on following up, and then let's see how it goes. But I don't know why we are doing this to Madagana. If government spend resources on you to pay, I mean, you're on steady leave. Save bond has become an issue, and then they leave. Why are we doing this to Madagana?
Does she have any guarantors?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
And what role are they playing in the recovery of this amount?
Honorable Chair, we got in contact with them. So I think with our standing, we'll still get in touch with them for them to support us to pay.
Okay.
Madam, you seem to be complicating the matter. We are happy that there's been some recoveries. Are there timelines? We need full payment. Are there time? Because once you are in contact with her, you've spoken to the lawyers, there's some commitment coming from. Are there timelines? What is it that you have agreed with Samira Hussein to be paying, these debts? We want to understand that.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. I think in respect of recovering the remaining a little of 9,000, the lawyers we have spoken to on behalf of Ms. Samira, they are giving the indication that from their side, they think they've paid up to a certain point. So we should give them some time to reconcile with their payment receipts and get back to rest. And as recent as I think Thursday or so, we wrote a letter back to Ms. Samira through her lawyers. We are yet to get a definite response from that letter.
Ms. Samira, if you are hearing us, even legal fees alone is more than the 9,000. Your name should not be appearing in audit reports. So please, kindly do the needful. Japan money is plenty. Come and pay this money so that we are all free. Thank you.
You said you got in touch with the lawyers when?
Okay, so that was Thursday, the last time we got, last week Thursday.
Okay. We'll need for you to follow up and keep the auditors updated on this, because at some point we'll have to draw the curtain and collect the money from one of you. It's just that simple. Okay. Ghana Enterprises Agency, you are done. The next one is Ghana Trade Fair Company. Are you here? Okay. Honorable Abna Osei Asare will take care of that. But Trade Fair, we have an issue from 5 years back. 5 years back. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah, thank you. So let's go to your income and expenditure. And then I see a huge increment of 40 million from $1 million. In 2022, your revenue was 1.1 million, and in 2023, 41 million. Can you tell us what necessitated that huge revenue? We all want revenue, but yes, we want to find out exactly how you came by the 40 million increment.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This was an amount one of the developers, as we are aware, Trade Fair is undergoing redevelopment, and we have developers on site who are together supporting us in carrying out the redevelopment. So one of them was the contract agreement we had with the contractor. He was supposed to remit some money to us, which we have agreed with them to pay in tranches. So the first tranche was supposed to have come in 2023, in the second quarter. So that was what caused the sharp increment in the revenue.
Okay. And what was this bit of revenue paid for?
It was meant for them to, it's actually a tech company. They are supposed to put in IT infrastructure into the project. And as part of the agreement with them, they are supposed to pay us this amount. So the first tranche of it is what we received, and it's ballooned the revenue up as we see.
Okay. So has this been done? Have you put the infrastructure, the IT infrastructure in place to the tune of the amount paid you?
No, Honorable Chair, we are not supposed to do that. We are supposed to, they are supposed to pay us the money, then they put the IT infrastructure into the developer. So when the lot is handed over to the developer, it's part of the commitment and the leasehold sum that is supposed to come to us.
So who are those supposed to put in the infrastructure?
The infrastructure is supposed to be, the developer is the one who is supposed to do the ADC, Africa Data Center.
Okay, so they have paid 40 million. So the 40 million was for what?
That was the first installment of their contract sum.
First installment of their contract, and what contract?
Honorable, per the contract we had with them, we are supposed to allocate to them, I think, 5.5 acres of land on lease. Yes. So this money is the first tranche of the leasehold payment. Yes.
Because you said something different. You said it was for infrastructure. I'm asking you, after taking the 40 million, have you done the infrastructure? But you are now saying that it is for, the first tranche was for the leasehold payment to give them access to the place to put in the infrastructure.
Exactly.
So let's be coherent in this. And then since you got the money, you had other incomes coming in. So for 2023, your total income was 45.9 million Ghana cedis. And then I saw your direct expenses, operating expenses, go up by 100%. Yeah.
Yes.
Actually more than that, but I'm being, yeah.
Yes, rightly so. As the development was going on, we were also not reneging or sitting down without carrying out our mandate.
So what exactly were you doing that caused your operating expenses to move by 100%?
We were still engaged organizing exhibitions.
So give me a breakdown of the direct operating expenses.
We had the printing and stationery, which was 22,000. We had publicity and adverts. That is always the chunk of our expenditure as far as organization of exhibition is concerned. That was 242,432 Ghana cedis. Then we also have transport and travels, 25,615. Then we have security expenses, 48,650. We have communication expenses, 35,640. Then we have entertainment and protocol expenses, that is 87,000. But the entertainment is entertainment, music, and protocol expenses. Then we have fuel and lubricant, 28,746. Cleaning and sanitation, 40,200 cedis. Then press allowance, 43,000. Then we have public relations expenses, 20,800 Ghana cedis. We also have staff fare allowances or honorarium, that is 34,000.
So, sir, clearly it tells you that you've seen money, you are spending money. Yes, because the items you mentioned, you have advertising and then you have press allowance, you have communication allowance, you have seen some money, and so your expenses should go up, because this is different from your administrative expenses. This is also different from your staff expenses, and we saw your staff expenses also moving by. The auditors have put here quite a huge amount of money, from 582,000 to 1.1 million Ghana cedis. So is it not a case of, I've seen money, so let me also spend some?
Sorry, Honorable Chair, that is not so. It's about the number of events we organize and the antecedent expenses that it comes with.
So for every event that your staff organizes, you give them money? You pay them for that? Because I see your staff expenses went up from 582,000 Ghana cedis to 1.1 million Ghana cedis. Unless you want to tell me, as soon as you saw the money, you hired more staff.
Yes, we got additional staff.
Okay, so in 2022, what was your staff strength? And then in 2023?
Honorable, in 2022, we were just 6. 2023, our number went up to 13.
To 13?
Yes.
6 to 13 warrants and more than 100% increment in salaries. That's okay. End it there. So we move to your total expenditure. When you made an income of 1.1 million, your total expenditure was 2.6 million. And when you made an income of 45, it also increased to 3.6 million. So it tells you, you see money, you spend money. Because you haven't been able to tell me exactly what, when I asked you to mention the direct operating expenses, the items you mentioned are not anything extraordinary that should warrant an increment. But that is how you feel you should run the public boards. And so I also see under the same income and expenditure taxation amount of 10 million 10.2 million Ghana cedis. Can you explain to us?
It was tax provision for the year 2023. Having realized this income after preparing the financial statement, that was the tax liability on us as corporate. Thanks.
Isn't that too huge an amount? You realize an income of 40% and then you pay 25% on that? Is that what it is?
Yes, Honorable.
Is this actual or is just provision for tax?
It was provision.
So what was the actual?
The actual was just a little after 9 million.
So, I mean, yes, on the whole, the money's brought in some improvement in your current ratio, but that is to be expected. But at the rate at which you are going, if you see more money and you increase your expenses, it will not serve this public board any good. We want to see tangible expenses that can also raise money. We are not saying don't spend, but what we are saying is that whatever you spend on should be able to raise more money for your company. I think that's it.
What's the current status of the construction that is ongoing at your end in terms of percentage?
Honorable Chair, respectfully, we have the horizontal works, and when I talk about horizontal works, I mean the drainage systems and the streets. It is about 85% complete. And then we have our flagship program, which is the multi-purpose exhibition center, which is also about 45 to 50% through. It is expected that by the next 8 months it will be completed. Thank you very much.
And it's purely donor fund, it's a grant, a loan facility, or it's GOG?
Honorable Chair, no, it's not. It's a PPP arrangement. So we have a developer who is constructing that for the company, and in turn, will swap land on lease for him to also develop to recoup.
That's how come you get money in your account and you spend. And what type of entertainment? You mentioned entertainment. Yeah. Is it Adowa or Kete? Or, I mean, we want to understand what entertainment.
Thank you, Honorable. When we organize events, we are supposed to have music provided. We bring in artists. We engage DJs to. Then we also have the cultural bit also there to make the place exciting, to attract the general public to visit the fair grounds for the exhibitors to also make some sales.
But the trade fair that is under construction, you still hold Adowa the exhibitions?
Honorable, what we do is we go out to organize events from a hide venue.
A hide venue?
Yes. For West Hills, for instance, for the past 3 years, we've been organizing grand sales there. The last time we were at the Ghana International Mall at Abuja, we were there. On 21st September every year, we organize Osajifu Made in Ghana Fair at the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park. And last year, we ran 2 of them concurrently in Kumasi and here. This year, we also organized 8 other grand sales, both in Kumasi and in Accra. So it's not like we have not been working. Our mandate, we still go out and carry it out.
So is the place such that you can't hold events there?
No.
At all?
Yes, it's a construction site now.
And I'm told you are, is it Casford? Yes.
No, that's
Angel, yes. Yeah, he said that. He said it should be about 45% complete in 8 to 9 months. But still, there's not much we can do with a 45% completion project.
My lady, Honorable Chair, respectfully, I indicated that it is about
Did you just refer to her as your lady?
Because of my legal background, withdrawn.
Yes.
Honorable Chair, I did indicate that it is between 45 to 50% complete, and we've had a schedule with the contractor, and within the next 8 months it will be completed. Respectfully submitted.
So hopefully next year, God willing, we should have a functioning trade fair. You know, I miss those days, trade fair.
What we have currently, my Honorable Chair, respectfully, it is a 10,000 capacity exhibition center, which is multi-purpose. So you can be assured that in the next 8 months, it will be completed so that we can have 1 or 2 fairs, but not the grand one, because other projects would be ongoing. Thank you very much.
So how many developers do you have at site?
Currently, we have 2. We are expecting the next one to come. That is the ADC, the one to construct the technology hub, and others would follow, respectfully.
When you are signing the contract, how many years did you include in the contract up to today?
Respectfully, we have a maximum of 36 months.
The 36 months from which year to which year?
That is left to the director of F&A to answer. I wasn't there.
Okay,
Ghana International Mall.
So you said 2 developers. So the rest of your property.
Every year we organize Osajifu Made in Ghana Fair at the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park. And last year we ran 2 of them concurrently in Kumasi and here. This year we also organized 8 other grand sales both in Kumasi and in Accra. So it's not like we have not been working. Our mandate, we still go out and carry it out.
So is the place such that you can't hold events there?
No.
At all?
Yes, it's a construction site now.
No. And I'm told you are, is it Casford? Yes.
No, that's
Angel, yes. Yeah, he said that. He said it should be about 45% complete in 8 to 9 months. But still, there's not much we can do with a 45% completion project.
My lady, Honorable Chair, respectfully, I indicated that it is about
Did you just refer to her as your lady?
Because of my legal background, withdrawn. Yes. Honorable Chair, I did indicate that it is between 45 to 50% complete, and we've had a schedule with the contractor, and within the next 8 months it will be completed. Respectfully submitted.
So hopefully next year, God willing, we should have a functioning trade fair. You know, I miss those days, trade fair.
What we have currently, my Honorable Chair, respectfully, it is a 10,000 capacity exhibition center, which is multi-purpose. So you can be assured that in the next 8 months, it will be completed so that we can have 1 or 2 fairs, but not the grand one, because other projects would be ongoing. Thank you very much.
So how many developers do you have at site?
Currently, we have 2. We are expecting the next one to come. That is the ADC, the one to construct the technology hub, and others would follow, respectfully.
When you are signing the contract, how many years did you include in the contract up to today?
Respectfully, we have a maximum of 36 months. The IT infrastructure, that one is 5.6 acres, but there is a bit of snag, and for that matter, we are unable to state emphatically because the second tranche of whatever is promised by way of consideration has not yet been done, and others. And so I wouldn't be able to give you, there is after Secretariat, but considerations have not been able to pass on between us and them and they to us. So we can't really be specific on those things, but I can assure you that about 90% of the land more or less are into some kind of agreement, and that is what I can say for now.
What's the total acres or land size?
All right, so Honorable Chair, respectfully, the entirety of the land currently is supposed to be 108.5 acres.
So
it is supposed to.
Yes, because there is, Honorable Chair, there is a problem. Originally, according to EIT in 1967, 236 acres was acquired by the government of Ghana, and some parts of the parcels were seceded to the La Palm Royal Beach Hotel and that of Beach Hotels. So it was supposed to be left with about 156. And about 46 acres by way of some conventions that we do not seem to understand and which we have petitioned. The powers that be has been given to Africa Lake Amusement Park. And looking at the original situation, we think that when such would be reverted to the trade fair, would be able to make good use of it. So that would account for about 46 out of the total. And again, there are few
please hold on.
parcels.
That will account for 46 out of the 108?
Yes. No,
okay.
that is
That's
outside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But currently, what we can say on authority as drafted is 108.5 acres. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The exhibitions you have been organizing outside and paying for it, were we making profit or loss?
Honorable, honestly, we don't make profit. I would say that we usually break in. That is what we strive to do. Because renting the venue alone, it's a cost to us. And you see, we also have this government mentality. When you try to raise the exhibition registration fee, exhibitors like you are a government institution. Government, we are supposed to support trade and that. And because we are also in to support SMEs, sometimes we try to give discounts to the groups so that at least we will have them also come in to promote trade. So we don't actually make profit as we should or as we are expected to.
All right, thank you very much.
I guess before we disengage them, the CEO, so I want you to share with us your vision for the Ghana Trade Fair Authority in a year or two to come.
Respectfully, Honorable Chair, please, I'm the Deputy CEO. The CEO is on the national assignment. And so once the question is addressed to the CEO, I pray that when she comes, we are able
Unfortunately, since you decided to take that responsibility on yourself, we need to, that is why we always say we want the head. If you are not in a position to give us policy on the way forward, then we don't see why you're here.
My lady. Honorable Chair, it would be unfair for me to state that I do not know our policy direction, but respectfully, you indicated that you were addressing the question to a CEO, and so
because you are here in that capacity, even though you are.
My lady, I'm here as a deputy CEO to support.
Yes, but all the questions that were asked of you was to the CEO.
My lady, thank you very much. Honorable Chair, thank you very much. Let me quickly state that when it comes to policy direction, from next January, you are going to see a better Ghana International Trade Fair so far as our mandate is concerned. We are going to augment our policies. We are going to augment our trade fair activities. What we met, we are going to make sure that, in fact, we put in policy in place to make sure that our revenues would, come in the necessary inflows. And then we also make sure that there wouldn't be only local or national assignments so far as exhibitions are concerned. We are also looking at international ones so that we are able to take Ghana to the next level. These I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. But I'll be grateful if you can tell your CEO that we've had an experience where CEOs from Ghana Trade Fair Authority refused to attend upon Public Accounts Committee. So respectfully, this should be the last time we are pardoning a deputy CEO speaking on behalf of the CEO. But next time we would want to see the CEO himself or herself in the chair. Thank you very much.
Well accepted. Thank you.
All right, now let's go to Ghana Standard Authority. And yes. And the infraction is on paragraph 1290. And Honorable Frankie Aboa will take care of that.
Thank you, Chairman. Ghana Standards Authority. I want to begin by saying that you are not doing bad at all. Total income grew by 24%. And this is mainly as a result of increase in your IGF. So the drive that is producing that effect should be continued. What is not too good in terms of your financial performance is the fact that there's a marginal decline in your surplus. In 2022, you produced a surplus of 28 million. But in 2023, it came down to 26 million. And this is mainly due to increase in employees' compensation. I don't remember government increasing employees' compensation by 33%. So I don't know whether you employed new staff or what. What accounted for the huge increase of 33% in employees' compensation?
Honorable Chair, the increase was due to government giving us clearance to employ 173 staff. So that created the employee compensation going up.
As I said, you're not doing bad, so I'm not going to bother you so much. So let's move to your financial position. Your non-current assets grew by 20%, and this is mainly due to acquisition of additional property, plant, and equipment. I'm hoping that whatever you acquired will be put into good use to generate more returns for the authority. Your current assets grew by 50%, and this is mainly due to cash and cash equivalent. And this reflected positively on your current ratio, which moved from 5 to 1 in 2022 to 12.1 to 1 in 2023. So it means that you have enough cash or enough current assets to meet your short-term liabilities. So I just want to say that you're doing well, so keep it up. It's a good sign. Mr. Chairman, I don't have much to say. They're doing well. So.
All right. The next infraction is on... this wasn't an infraction. This was a financial statement. But then the next one is, which is an infraction, is on paragraph 299. And Honorable Jeffrey Kinney will take care of that.
Thank you, Chair. This infraction has to do with unretired interest. Unretired interest. An amount of 147,053 Ghana cedis was released to 2 of your employees as interest. This amount was not supported by any document like spreadsheets, signed sheets or receipts. So it was difficult for the Auditor General team to interpret the usage of the money. Due to that, they directed that the said amount be recovered and paid into government chests. I want to ask whether the money has been fully recovered.
Honorable Chair, the monies have been recovered. and we've given the audit service a copy of the sign sheet and statement of accounts.
Auditor General, can you confirm from your outfit?
Honorable Chair, they provided documents to support an amount of 122,092.55. Then the balance of 24,960 was refunded. Thank you.
So what happens to, or has it been the practice that monies from your outfit can be released without any supportive document?
Honorable Chair, before the monies will be released, statements on how the money will be spent is attached. So when the officer finishes the assignment that have been given to him or her, he brings the statement of accounts, and the remaining balance is paid into the authority's account. So that is how it's done.
All right, the next one is on paragraph 1304 and number Honorable Alexander Hotoje.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this has to do with avoidable overseas travel costs of 73,809 Ghana cedis. The auditors realized that an officer scheduled to travel to Burkina Faso and Democratic Republic of Congo did not have visa. Hence, the authority had to pay an extra cost of 11,182 cedis to reschedule his flight. In addition to that, they also realized that the leader of the delegation to Abu Dhabi did not use the ticket purchased for him by the authority due to the non-availability of a troubled visa. He later submitted a claim to the authority and was paid a refund of 62,627, made up of 49,327 flight costs and 13,300 hiring of vehicle from Dubai to Abu Dhabi and back. The above situation resulted in unnecessary additional costs of 73,000. They are recommending that money of 73,809 be paid back to government chest. How far have you gone with that?
Honorable Chair, the 73,810 is made of two different people. One of the officers was sent out to go and work, do calibration work in Burkina Faso and DR Congo. When he got to Burkina Faso and finished his work, he was supposed to move from there to DR Congo. But the application that was made for the visa was unsuccessful. So with discussion with the travel agent, they suggested that for us not to incur more costs, we have to let the officer come back to Ghana and obtain the visa and move. So in all that particular issue, the Burkina Faso to Accra cost of 5,456, and from Accra to DR Congo at the cost of 4,760. So that makes the total amount of 11,182 is the cost of the airfare to Burkina Faso and Democratic Republic of Congo. The authority pay only the difference of 966 for the rescheduling of the flight. The other one, which was the delegation, the one who led the delegation to Abu Dhabi, could not use the ticket, and therefore the authority who bought the ticket on credit did not pay for that amount, which is the 85,371. Later, he had his agent to buy him the tickets, and the travel between Abu Dhabi and Dubai cost him 13,300, making the air ticket plus the 13,000, 62,627, which was refunded to the delegation leader to Abu Dhabi. So that was so it's in two folds. So that is the situation on the ground.
I don't understand it is in two folds. So does it mean there was nothing fishy about the whole thing? Is that what you claim?
Honorable Chair, there's nothing fishy about it.
So was this explained to the auditors? Auditors, what was your view about it?
Honorable Chair, during the audit, that wasn't made clear. So hence the observation was raised. Now, when the team visited them, they provided documents to support the fact that there has not been any cost incurred by the entity. And so, as far as we are concerned, that issue has been resolved, yes.
Chairman.
My question is, when the auditors came there, how come you couldn't give this information to them at the time of the audit?
Honorable Chair, the auditors saw the documents because it's the same documents that we gave to audit service. And there are attachments to the documents. So if they have read it well, they will understand.
Wait a minute. If the auditors had read it well, were you there at the time of the audit?
Honorable Chair, I was there.
Didn't they point out this issue to you during the audit?
They pointed out, and we tried.
And did you explain it well to the auditors?
Honorable Chair, we explain, but sometimes the understanding of the auditor and the ones, because sometimes they think there's something fishy that you have done. But then we went further. When these things were happening, we went further to the travel agent to obtain the statements, which shows that there's no double payment, because they were thinking that there have been a double payment. So later, when audit service came, we went in for the statement to show that there's nothing like double payment, but it's rather refund that was given to the leader.
She said, at the heart of this thing is administrative negligence. Now, you buy a ticket for someone when you have not cross-checked whether or not the person has a valid visa. I mean, this does not work anywhere. So because the person is traveling, you paid for the ticket even before the visa is issued. Is that a practice at your end?
Honorable Chair, this statement that was made by the auditors of 73 is in two folds. One for the officer to work in Burkina Faso and DR Congo. Upon buying the ticket, you realize that when you look at the attachment, you realize that you see 966 there. The visa was not successful. That is why we spoke to the...
No, sir, please. You buy tickets before visa application. Is that what you do at Ghana Standard Authority?
Honorable Chair, no, please.
So why did this happen? I mean, pure negligence. It's not about the 900 and... You seem to be belittling 900 and near 1,000 cities. That is not our concern. It could be 900 cities, it could be 1,000 cities. Tomorrow it can be 100,000 cities. So it's about the checks, the system that you have in place. That somebody wants to travel. You do not have do you have a protocol department that does your visa and ticketing issues and all of that?
Honorable Chair, please, yes.
And they did not cross-check whether or not the person involved has a valid visa before issuing the ticket. Is that what happened?
Honorable Chair, I think they assume.
You do not assume in this instance.
That is why the issue...
What is the current status? What is the current arrangement at your end?
Current arrangement, visa before ticketing.
Visa before ticketing.
Yeah.
So you are assuring this committee, please, this is live TV. You are assuring this committee and the entire country that Ghana Standard Authority will not see such an infraction again. Is that the case?
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
So we take you by your word.
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
Because, I mean, it doesn't sound sweet. You sit here and 900, and it's not the 900. We don't care. I'm sure 900 you can pay from your pocket. But it's about the lapses in the system. And it ought to be corrected. You need to tighten you don't just issue tickets without visa. It doesn't work anywhere, sir.
Sir, you said something that you bought a ticket for somebody to go to Abu Dhabi and they couldn't use the ticket or they couldn't go. Why?
Honorable Chair, the person involved is a minister. So it was assumed that with his diplomatic passport, he can travel to Abu Dhabi without any cost. But then, when he got there, he had an issue because some of the airline doesn't take some of the diplomatic passports, so without visa. So unless you get a visa, you cannot fly on that particular airline. And that was the issue with this particular one.
So why was that the fault of the auditors? Why was it the fault of the auditors? That you would say that if they had read it properly.
You see, there's a document attached to it, the reason why this thing, but that has been something
Sir,
that...
if I were you, I wouldn't go to that tangent. Because the auditors will keep on coming to your place. And you are belittling them on national television. They will come and see you again.
Honorable Chair, I withdraw.
Oh. Now you've withdrawn it.
Yes.
Let me go deeper into it. Okay, now let me call Ghana Supply Company. Ghana Standards Authority. Madam would want to ask you a question.
It's about, is it your lab? The lab, or is it a lab, a facility that you have there to test some complicated, how is it functioning?
Honorable Chair,
it saved someone, I knew, that's why I'm asking. How is it functioning? Is it, does it need help? If there's anything we can do to make sure, it's up and running properly, like it's supposed to do, because, like I said, it saved someone. And so that's what I'm asking. How is it functioning? What is it that you feel government can do, public accounts can do through government to make sure adequate budgetary allocations are made so that it will continuously serve the purpose for which it is there?
Honorable Chair, our labs are working very well. Our only problem is more money to modernize them. But currently, they serve their purpose. We are delivering the services as required by the public and government. Thank you.
Just, I want to ask, based on diplomatic passports, so in your outfits, anybody holding diplomatic passport wanted to travel, don't you inquire whether that country accepts diplomatic passport or not before they embark on the journey?
Honorable Chair, we do. That's the outfit of the procurement unit does that. But I don't know what happened actually in that particular situation.
Yes, are you going to put in place not to reoccur these issues again?
So we've noted, Honorable Chair, we've noted with concern. So we are not going to allow that. That's why now, even a day before you travel, before we buy the ticket for you, because we should make sure that everything is intact.
Okay, now Ghana Supply Company Limited. You are here, right?
Honorable Chairman, Ghana Supply Company Limited is an agency under Ministry of Finance.
Ministry of
Finance.
Finance.
Yes.
All right. Okay, then in that case, we are done. But hold on for a public interest question. From the Vice Chair.
Thank you. I have two issues. One, I mean, I refuse to look at you directly. I'm intimidated. It has to do with some factories that was built by the ministry under the Ghana Enterprises Agency program. And this Enable Youth projects. And it's scattered across the country. As we speak, nothing is happening. I mean, for instance, when I take my constituency, I have an Enable Youth factory in my constituency. In the last 1 year, we've installed machines and everything, but it is not functioning. What is happening, Minister?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it is not true that nothing is happening to the Enabling Youth factories. Somewhere in, I think, April, we advertised to invite the private sector to come and run those existing factories. There are some of them that have been constructed, but the machines have not been fixed. And so we have procured 8 machines to fit into 8 of those factories. There are some of the factories which we didn't get the private sector to show interest. That includes the banana factory in your constituency. So I want to use this opportunity to call on the private sector who are interested in running the banana factory in your constituency to show interest and go through the process so that we can have an agreement with them. So we are doing a lot to make sure that those factories are active and running. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the commitment and everything, and the invitation that private firms should come in. So they come to your ministry, or where do they go to?
Mr. Chairman, since this is public institution, all those interested parties should come to the ministry.
All right.
And then particularly to the Chief Director's office. And then they will be taken through what they have to do so that they can run those factories.
My other concern has to do with the National After Coordination Office. And this was an office that was set up to promote after in Ghana. I mean, we've seen what they are doing. What is the current status of the office? I mean, because I asked this because in the last 8-9 months, workers have not been paid salaries.
Mr. Chairman, I'm hearing this for the first time, and I want to find out, not to ask you a question, but I just want to know which workers have not been paid. Because so far as I'm concerned, after African project, it is not owned by Ghana government. Ghana government holds the secretariat.
Minister, I'm not talking about AFTA. I mentioned that the National AFTA Coordination Office, ENCO, that is under the Ministry of Trade. So I'm not referring to AFTA. Yes.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about AFTA.
Yes. So just go and find out, because I'm reliably informed that salaries of workers in the last 9 months have not been paid, and it is not fair. These are families, persons who... Yes, so Chief Director, I don't know, Chief Noah, are you able to give some information on this? Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The NCO office was being run by someone who was on contract. His contract ran out, so there is a senior officer from the ministry who is manning the place. And as far as I know, everybody there is being paid, who has a contract is being paid. And we have other staff from the ministry also in there working.
I don't want to drag this matter. Just go back and do your investigation, and you will know that people are not being paid, and people are struggling. Boy, say bre. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Minister, you are discharged.
That's not the case, but we'll find out.
All right, you are discharged, Minister. We call Minister of Transport, please. Clerk, please swear them in.
I, Joseph Bukari, swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
And the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the committee issue.
Touching the
matter
committee
issue. Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable Minister, introduce yourself and allow your other officers to introduce themselves.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Joseph Bukari Nikwe, the Minister for Transport and the Member of Parliament for Saboba constituency. I have with me the directors from the ministry.
My name is Richard Fediele, Director General Administration, Ministry of Transport.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Darko, Chief Internal Auditor, Ministry of Transport.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Julius Nikwekote, Chief Executive Officer, Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Paul Ampedu, Director of Finance, DVLA.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Nathaniel Amonu Wilson, within the Ministry of Transport, Director, Human Resource.
Okay, your infraction is just one, and is on paragraph 2092 on end salaries. And Honorable Kinney will take care of that one, please.
Well, thank you, Chair. This infraction is about an end salary. 2 persons from your outfit, namely Daudu Mutala and John Ajekum Kufuor, I presume not the former president, vacated posts between August 2023 and December 2023, but were paid salaries totaling 11,773.39. The Auditor General recommended that the Chief Executive Officer should recover the said amount with interest and same paid into government chest. Fortunately, management responded that they had recovered the amount and were yet to pay into government chest. We are making a follow-up to ascertain whether the said amount was paid. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, please, the said amount was paid, but it was first of all paid wrongfully into the authority's own accounts. Then our attention was drawn to that. Then we corrected the mistake and then paid to the Auditor General's recovery account number 101-833-1470015. And we have copies of the receipts to our level.
Was it paid with the interest?
Mr. Chairman, no, it wasn't paid with the interest.
Why was it not paid with interest?
Mr. Chairman, it was, I think that interest aspect later came to our notice. And by then, they've already informed the two people to pay the said amount. But we were making follow-up as to where they are so we can make the interest when I got to know about the issue. But we've not been able to get in touch with them as we speak.
So what promise are you giving to the House in terms of payment of the interest?
We will continue to pursue the issue, and then when we get them, we will revert.
Auditor General, can you confirm from your outfit?
Honorable Chair, the actual amount of 11,000 has been recovered.
You mean 11,000 or 11,773.39?
I meant 11,773.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. This is a public interest question. I think of late, we've heard a lot in the space of DVLA. Now that the agency under you is DVLA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The authority, DVLA, is mandated to do driver and vehicle registration. Not just that, but to make sure one goes through the process to get these requirements done. One, getting into office, I realize accessibility is a problem. So far, we have been able to open 6 offices to help people have...
When you say accessibility, what do you...
Let me give you an example. You stay in a place like Swedru. You want to renew your license, which is around 70 to 80 Ghana cedis. Now you must move from Swedru to to Winneba or to Weja to have this service delivered to you. It tells you that that's why people have access, that's why people take advantage of the system and engage in all manner of guru boys. But when our offices are located at least in every region, or at least they are accessible to where the magnitude of cars are huge, it helps to bring these issues down.
How many offices do you have currently?
Currently, we had 34, and we've added 6. We've added 6 to it in the space of 10 months. Tomorrow, I'm commissioning a new one in Dansoma, so making it 7.
And are they spread across the country?
That is our quest, to spread them across the country. We did one in Adenta, we did one in Equatia, one in Asabankesi, we did another in Boli, we did one in Bechem and Doma. We are going to Asenkogwa, we are going to Nalugu, we are going to...
It is not where you are going to. I want you to tell me what you have done. You said you came to 34,
so the 6
and you have added 6. So yes, I wanted you to share the 6 Akwetia, Adenta.
Adenta, Bechem, Doma, Asabankesi, Boli, and Adenta, yes.
Okay, okay, so please continue.
Then I also came to the realization that most of the equipment, earth-moving equipment in the country were not registered. So quickly, I held a press conference to inform each and every agency that deals with earth-moving equipment to also come to us, then also register their earth-moving equipment. Then we also had a compliance guys to go on the field to also check them. That I don't have the figure exactly in as of today, but the last time I checked, we did over 6,000 registration of earth-moving equipment, assuming office. We also registered some at the port of entry. Because of the fight against Galamsey, we deemed it right that because most of them were not registered in the system, when they are being caught, you don't have any information about the machine, who brought it to Ghana, who registered it. So we made it a point to begin with the registration of earth-moving equipment right at the port of entry. And that we've also done over 4,000 over there. Now we also did what we call the community engagement program, where we go around communities to also educate people and break that stereotype of DVLA is corrupt, DVLA is this, so we can educate drivers, educate the people about what DVLA entails, what we also do. Then we have, so far we have also done what we are also having a foreign policy with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where DVLA will be located in most of the embassies outside Ghana. If anyone here gives you a passport picture and tells you that, get me driver's license, that license that will be produced for you is fake, because we need your biometric details to be able to produce you with a driver's license. But they are not here. So most of the license they have outside there is not really correct. It's not correct. But we can't give our software out to foreign countries to victimize our own. So we deem it fit to go there with the help of Foreign Affairs to do the corrections for them. That is the policy we are also embarking on. Then we are also changing the number plates. Before that, let me speak about our international biometric system. We were not able to meet ISO specifications when it comes to issuance of license, international license, and issuance of vehicle licenses, because it's just handwritten, which is not accepted by most countries. We procured machines, gotten the design to be accepted by ISO, so we can do proper international biometric page for our clients from 2026. Then the new number plate. The current number plate we have is not scannable. So anyone just brings a car, not pay duty, go out there to the streets, get the boys by the roadside to emboss a number plate for them. And we want to end that era where people just get up and they not pay duty, just pick a number. What they do is that they go through the police stations. They go by the police stations. When they see cars involved in accidents, then they put their number plates on. They go and emboss it and put it on. Sometimes, with the help of some officers, they have what we call the custom documents, the chassis number. They bring the car of the same type, get a place, knock the number plates on it. Then you'll be using their, knock the chassis number on it. They'll be using their number plate out there. So we've done research to get to know all these strategies they use. But the one we are going to introduce, one will not be having year of registration, which tells you that nobody can buy a car or nobody will wait till the next year before registration of a vehicle. Because every vehicle that must be in the system must be a vehicle that will be identified or can easily be identified by DVLA. But with what we had, some of the vehicles, we are not having information on them until we register the DP stickers at the port, which I'll come to that. So the one we are bringing now is scannable for security information. You wouldn't need DVLA to be in office before we give those security information out. A police officer will have access to that scannable machine. So in case of anything, they know who the right person is who they are supposed to hold responsible. Then it also helps to prevent smuggling of cars. Now,
what kind of security details are you going to put?
Now, it's going to be RFID chip embedded. So with the RFID chip embedded, the system is going to remain only with the authority, DVLA. With the RFID chip embedded, it will be very difficult for anyone there, those companies out there, which I'm going to deal with them very soon.
Here is the details that is going to go on there, because they are people's personality. So what kind of details are you going to put
on the number plate?
You said it's going to come with a lot of security details. Yes. And I'm asking that a number plate, let's say Rankins number plate, you're saying that it will be equipped with security features such that if the police should scan, they'll know that truly it belongs to Rankin. Yeah. So what, because in putting out somebody's security out there, someone, I mean, a bad person can also get hold of that. So that is why I'm asking, what kind of information are you going to put?
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. We have data protection law, so we'll be compliant with that law. Currently, what we have is just going to be the same form, but now in a digitalized form, not going to be the paper form anymore. So we are not going to move away from the information.
It's not going to have the user's surname on the.
It depends
on the number plates.
It depends on what the law says. We'll go by.
You don't tell me. Depends on what the law says. You are doing it, so you should be able to tell us that the law says ABC. I'm asking you a specific question. Is it going to have the user's surname on the number plates?
We don't put names on number plates.
I asked a specific question. You said no. We are not going to put. Yes.
I was wondering why that question. Sorry, but we don't put names on number plates. That's why.
You were wondering why that question?
Because we don't put names on number plates.
What are you telling me? People pay to have their names on number plates. And you sit here as a DVLA boss, you tell me you don't put numbers on number plates. Haven't you seen specialized numbers with people's surnames and personalized names on number plates? But yes or no, please?
Yes.
So why are you telling me you don't put names on number plates?
So I can explain that.
Not that you can explain that. You don't expect me to ask you that question. That is what you said. You don't expect me to ask you that question because people do not put their number plates, their names on their number plates. That is a blatant lie. You have people who pay for specialized number plates and they have their surname. I'm asking you, you just mentioned that there are going to be security features. And I'm asking, is that going to include people's names on that plate? And they said, you don't expect me to ask you that question. Are you not the DVLA boss?
Honorable Chair, I think he was trying to explain that we have different types of numbers that you can acquire.
Honorable Minister, so I understand that. He said he doesn't expect me to ask him that question because we don't put names on number plates. You are the DVLA boss. This is something that even a 1, 2, 3-year-old would know that, oh, my father has his name, because we have personalized number plates, don't we?
They do.
Honorable Minister, don't we have personalized number plates?
I think he was saying that he expected the question to come at another time.
No, Minister.
When he was explaining.
Minister, I understand you perfectly, but he said he doesn't expect me to ask him that question.
Okay, so...
so if he can withdraw that statement, that is fine. Because we have people with number plates out there, personalized number plates out there. So respectfully, we are here based on questions and inquiries that citizens of Ghana want to know. And that is why we are here.
Honorable Chair, respectfully, I withdraw. It's not to say you don't know what you are saying. It is just to say that the normal person who goes out there to do registration, we don't put the name on the number plate. It is out of a special provision that is made. That's where personalized comes in.
So then I asked you a simple question because you said you are going to put in the security features. Yes. And so I'm asking, so is that going to include names on... the question should have been, no, that is not what... But you don't expect me to ask you that. Then why are you sitting in the chair as a DVLA CEO?
That's why I said I withdraw that statement. Yeah.
So I'm asking you, share with us some of the security features because to be honest with you, out there, You see a lot on social media that this is how the new number plate is going to be. It is going to include your surname. It's going to include ABCD. So now we have the opportunity. The CEO is sitting before us, and we are just asking, is that going to include that? Yes or no? That is all.
So, thank you, Honorable Chair.
I don't think I can come to your office and show you disrespect.
The new number plate, there's always a provision for personalized identification numbers. When you come and apply for that, certainly it will be given to you. Thank you very much. I want to also elaborate last on the DP sticker issue, which has to do with the fact that when we got into office, or I got into office, the records available to DVLA says that at the end of every month, cars that were being taken from the port or that were being given to us from the port were around 1,800. But I realized there is something wrong with that, because when you check the customs icons, it doesn't really match with what we were supposed to do, because every car is supposed to be conformous to what customs gives to us. So I went to the port to speak to them about that, to see some changes. Then the number went to 5,400 in the month of March. I was still not okay with it. So we introduced with the minister, and we introduced what we call the DP stickers. The DP stickers now, because the plates, there's no scientific means to check the authenticity of a plate. People just abuse it. Some company can bring 10 cars. They'll buy just two plates to withdraw all the 10 cars. But with the DP sticker, it is one-time stick-on. You cannot take it off. So that was what we introduced, and we started issuing the cars with the DP sticker. And I'm so happy to announce that just the month of September, we were able to do 14,400 DP stickers. So from 1,800 to 14,400, that is what we are able to do now. And we are hoping to do more.
Then clearly your revenue is going to go up. If from 1,800 a month you are making, you said over 10,000, 14,000, then your revenue is going to go up. I hope that it will not be like I have seen increase in revenue, so then it should correlate with an increase in operating expenses. And then you mentioned that you came in to inherit 34 offices, and you have built 6 in 8 months.
Not built, we have commissioned 6.
You have commissioned. So
built.
These were offices that were...
Some we entered into agreement, PPP agreement. We call it the Ultra Center concept.
The what?
Ultra Center
Ultra.
concept, yes. Others to use the municipal assemblies to open.
Then
so we didn't meet any office on commission, and we came to commission it.
Okay. There were offices that were in the pipeline that you've entered into a PPP.
They were not in pipeline with anyone. We came and brought the
Ultra private Center, offices. Yes, okay.
The Ultra Center, that's for Asaban Kesi and Akwetia are Ultra Centers, but the rest are DVLA. But not that the offices were built and we came to commission it. No. We entered into agreement with, for lease. We went to rent the offices and then we used it.
Then in order to get DVLA offices closer to, districts, I think you should look into this and see how best you can partner with other private persons, or you commission, now that you are getting in more revenue, you can look to establishing offices closer to these places where you see a lot of vehicles. And I believe, one, it will raise your own revenue, and two, it will also reduce the non-registration of vehicles. So I think this is something you should
Just this morning, I had a meeting with the Chief Executive Officer of GEA, Ghana Enterprise Agency, and they've pledged their support so we can collaborate with them, give them their list, and so we are going to sit down to see where we can rent their building for office operations.
Okay, yes, they have offices in most of the districts, so you are going to partner with them to make sure you do that. I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, Chair, my question to the DVLA boss. I've seen in the country your men are doing some good job where they are doing you have mobile team that go around for those who have expired DVLA renewal where they are not able to come to the, and then your team always issue receipt also for them. I would like to find out from you what technology are you employing for not to physical cash, because sometimes you may not know. Somebody can use your receipts and then collect money and the revenue will not go into your account. What IT are you employing to actually, increase your revenue using that strategy in the country?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We use Ghana.gov through the Ministry of Finance. Then we are also about to sign onto the cashless system, but it goes through procedures. So we are almost through with that for human intervention. So yes, that is where we are now.
How move where people will just pay, and then that's what you are doing.
Yes, it's allowed.
Yes, Chief Lucas. So your new system, how does that build like one system where DVLA, the police, and the insurance are benefiting from it? For instance, I was in South Africa recently, and every public place that you enter, the normal security person there has a mobile app where he can check the registration of the vehicle and also check the validity of the driver. Is it that you are building a system where he only resides? Because like my brother said, now along the line you see people wearing DVLA and checking number plates and all of that. That system should be available to the police, but it looks like the police have limited access to your information. So the new system, how does that integrate all three so that the insurance company, the police, and also DVLA would have one system, one road traffic information system, so that we all benefit?
Thank you very much. We are updating the new system we have. That's the vehicle registration system. That's the VRS. We are updating it to meet this demand. But already Traffic Tech is coming on board, and Traffic Tech deals with DVLA, Ghana Police, and Ghana Insurance Company, National Insurance Company. We have also again signed an agreement with National Insurance Company. So now, before you get a road ready, you must have insurance. People get the road ready and now they dodge the insurance. We've signed on to that, so we'll be doing the implementation very soon. But with the Traffic Tech, DVLA, National Insurance Commission, and the Ghana Police, we are into one team, and we do information sharing. So when Traffic Tech is fully rolled out, that collaboration will be there.
In all of this, is it before Parliament?
Oh, yes.
It's before Parliament?
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you very much.
One last one. I just want to find out, you mentioned biometric details. So is it going to be a new system of biometric details collection, or are you going to use the Ghana card biometric details?
In whatever we do, we always verify NIA cards before we do it. And they even charge us for that. So we are going to include the NIA cards.
It's not going to be a new system that is going to cost, and then you're asking drivers to come and take their biometric details again.
The same NIA details is what
Thank you.
DVLA, you answered more public interest questions than your one infraction you came here with. So, Ade, he's standing between us.
Oh, please, let me ask you. Let me ask you.
So, Minister, Okay, hold on. What is technical? How technical is it? Honorable CEO, the question is, look, let me ask this question so that he can go. About the insurance and then the roadworthy. Which one comes first? The roadworthy and then the insurance. Which one will come?
Especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork, spend public funds wisely and judiciously, reject opulence, and never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open.
A lot has been said, but in order that all the issues surrounding it are put in perspective and that we have an understanding of what they are and what they are, and where government stands on all of these, been joined by the Minister, the Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando, who also doubles as the Member of Parliament for the good people of Gaboso in the Western North region. He's here with a team of officials from the ministry to take us through the issues at stake with a view to full understanding of all the matters that are at play. So without taking any more of your time, I would invite the Honorable Health Minister, the Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando, to make his presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Felix, the Minister in charge of Communication, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Health, have seen my chief director at the Ministry of Health, Ghana Health, all officers from the ministry, the media. I'll be doing this presentation with members from the GIPS, Conrad Jokoto and Dr. Anita. Before I begin to say anything, let me put it on record that the medical records of Ghanaians will never go back to our way. We are moving forward responsibly, confidently, and decisively. At this point, I would want to share with you facts inherited. In 2019, Ghana government signed a contract with a company called Lightwaves. And the contract sum was $100 million to connect 950 health facilities. The contract was supposed to expire in 2022. At the end of 2022, the contract was not well executed. And if I say not well executed, he had not connected the 950 facilities. And therefore, the contract was extended twice to expire in December, 31st December 2024. At the end of the expiration, out of the 950 facilities, only 450 facilities had been connected. At this point, you'd all agree with me that the contract was meant for 3 years and extended for 5 years for 950 facilities, and you have only delivered 450 facilities. Clearly, nobody needs to tell you that the company underperformed. And so when we took over, as part of the contract, they were supposed to hand over whatever they executed to the state. So the contract was divided into what we call milestones. Milestone 1, milestone 2, milestone 3. So at the end of each milestone, they are supposed to hand over to the state. You all agree with me that it's unconscionable for any individual or company to have access to the medical records, electronic medical records of Ghanaians without the state taking control, without the state having access to it, without having even access to the service. With a cloud infrastructure built somewhere in India. At this point, when we took over, we invited the vendor that the contract had expired and therefore they must hand over to the state.
Continue this process for the next month.
So we needed to understand exactly taking over. So for it was conducted. And when we realized was that even the hardware, there were gaps in the supply of the hardwares. The supply of computers. If, assuming in the contract is stated that they should supply HP laptops, you go and cheaper brands are supplied. They should supply, let's say 100, you go and less than 100. So there were issues of quality of the equipment or material supplied, and there were issues of quantity, the number supplied. And so upon analysis, you realize that the gap alone was not less than $18 million. Again, I have stated that the contract sum was $100 million. At the end of 31st December 2024, although 450 out of the 950 had been connected, the vendor had been paid about $77 million. Clearly, more than 70% of the total amount had been paid. And 50% of the work has been done. At that point, we had to refer everything to the AG and the appropriate quarters, including the security, for advice and appropriate action. As a ministry, what we had to concern ourselves with was the solution of the matter to get out this mess. In order to avoid these disruptions and the shutdowns we are experiencing, although we didn't have any contract with the vendor as at the time we took over, we indicated to the vendor that they were ready to sign service maintenance agreement covering the 450 health facilities. Don't forget that the software is and was not for the state. That is why it's called LIMS, Light Wave Health Information Management System. It's not for the state. In the agreement, we indicated that before we sign such an agreement with you, you have to hand over the data to the state, and you must give us administrative access to the service. The vendor insisted that those clauses must be expunged from the agreement. We cannot expunge those clauses from the agreement because it is a state that's of these data. So the vendor decided to switch the system of as and when he desires and as and when he demands what. And this has some time now, more than 2 months. And for the past 2 weeks or so, completely down. If this is not blackmailing, I don't know what it is. At that point, what was important was to find a solution to get out of this mess. And so, ladies and gentlemen, news is that we have the solution. And the solution, in finding the solutions, we have taken cognizance of the issues that have gotten us here. The issues we were resolving, one were the issues. The issues, one, was that the software didn't belong to the state. And so when we are going for any, the must be for the state. And so today we have GAMES. And the GAMES is Ghana Health Information Management System, and not for any individual. The next solution was the fact that there was nothing like any exchange. And so we have established an exchange where even if you invite any vendor in, the vendor would then plug in and will not have, any vendor will not have a direct integration to our billing system or to any other sector. You necessarily will have to go through the exchange. Again, we realized that we were going through these difficulties because the system was monopolized. It was only one person we were dealing with. The solution again is that out of the 90 health facilities, only 450 have been connected, and therefore we have an outstanding of about 500 health facilities. Going forward, we'll open companies and players in the sector to bid, provided the implement, so that we'll open it up and they will all go through the exchange they were, so that we will not end at where we are at the moment. The plan going forward is that in the next 1 week, we are going to begin with the teaching hospitals, the regional hospitals, and the highly populated district hospitals, to roll them over onto the system, the game. In the second week, we'll be looking at the rest of the district hospitals. And then in the third week, we'll be looking at the polyclinics, the health centers, and the CHIPs. In the fourth week, we'll do the mop-ups. So I am confidently announcing to the good people of this country that we have a 4 weeks plan that will get us out of this mess. And so at this point, I will allow Dr. Anita Opon to do her presentation, and that will be followed by Conrad Jokoto to also present to you the games system, how it's going to function, and tell you some of the superior functions of the games system. So I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You did a very good job for me. Thank you. Okay, so why are we...
Thank you very much, Felix, the Minister in charge of communication, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Health. I've seen my Chief Director at the Ministry of Health, Ghana Health, all officers from the ministry, the media. I'll be doing this presentation with members from the GIPS, Conrad Jokoto and Dr. Anita. Before I begin to say anything, let me put it on record that the medical records of Ghanaians will never go back to our way. We are moving forward responsibly, confidently, and decisively. At this point, I would want to share with you facts inherited. In 2019, Ghana government signed a contract with a company called Lightwaves. And the contract sum was $100 million to connect 950 health facilities. The contract was supposed to expire in 2022. At the end of 2022, the contract was not well executed. And if I say not well executed, he had not connected the 950 facilities. And therefore, the contract was extended twice to expire in 31st December 2024. At the end of the expiration, out of the 950 facilities, only 450 facilities had been connected. At this point, you'd all agree with me that the contract was meant for 3 years and extended to for 5 years for 950 facilities, and you have only delivered 450 facilities. Clearly, nobody needs to tell you that the company underperformed. And so when we took over, as part of the contract, they were supposed to hand over whatever they executed to the state. So the contract was divided into what we call milestones. Milestone 1, milestone 2, milestone 3. So at the end of each milestone, they are supposed to hand over to the state. You all agree with me that it's unconscionable for any individual or company to have access to the medical records, electronic medical records of Ghanaians without the state taking control, without the state having access to it, without having even access to the service. With a cloud infrastructure built somewhere in India. At this point, when we took over, we invited the vendor that the contract had expired and therefore they must hand over to the state. And so we needed to understand exactly what was taking over. So it was conducted. And when we realized was that even the hardware, there were gaps in the supply of the hardwares. The supply of computers. If, assuming in the contract is stated that they should supply HP laptops, you go and cheaper brands are supplied. They should supply, let's say, 100. You go and less than 100. So there were issues of quality of the equipment or material supplied, and there were issues of quantity, the number supplied. And so upon analysis, you realize that the gap alone was not less than $18 million. Again, I have stated that the contract sum was $100 million. At the end of 31st December 2024, although 450 out of the 950 had been connected, the vendor had been paid about $77 million. Clearly, more than 70% of the total amount had been paid. And 50% of the work has been done. At that point, we had to refer everything to the AG and the appropriate quarters, including the security, for advice and appropriate action. As a ministry, what we had to concern ourselves with was the solution of the matter to get out this mess. In order to avoid these disruptions and the shutdowns we are experiencing, although we didn't have any contract with the vendor as at the time we took over, we indicated to the vendor that it is ready to sign service maintenance agreement covering the 450 health facilities. Don't forget that the software is and was not for the state. That is why it's called LIMS, Light Wave Health Information Management System. It's not for the state. In the agreement, we indicated that before we sign such an agreement with you, you have to hand over the data to the state. and you must give us administrative access to the service. The vendor insisted that those clauses must be expunged from the agreement. We cannot expunge those clauses from the agreement because it is a state that's of these data. So the vendor decided to switch the system of as and when he desires and as and when he demands what. And this has some time now, more than 2 months. And for the past 2 weeks or so, completely down. If this is not blackmailing, I don't know what it is. At that point, what was important was to find a solution to get out of this mess. And so, ladies and gentlemen, news is that we have the solution. And the solution, in finding the solutions, we have taken cognizance of the issues that have gotten us here. The issues we were resolving, one were the issues. The issues, one, was that the software didn't belong to the state. And so when we are going for any, the must be for the state. And so today we have games. And the games is Ghana Health Information Management System, and not for any individual. The next solution was the fact that there was nothing like any exchange. And so we have established an exchange where even if you invite any vendor in, the vendor will then plug in and will not have, any vendor will not have a direct integration to our billing system or to any other sector. You necessarily will have to go through the exchange. Again, we realized that we were going through these difficulties because the system was monopolized. It was only one person we were dealing with. The solution again is that out of the 90 health facilities, only 450 have been connected, and therefore we have an outstanding of about 500 health facilities. Going forward, we'll open companies and players in the sector to bid, provided the implement, so that we'll open it up and they will all go through the exchange they were, so that we will not end at where we are at the moment. The plan going forward is that in the next 1 week, we are going to begin with the teaching hospitals, the regional hospitals, and the highly populated district hospitals, to roll them over onto the system, the game. In the second week, we'll be looking at the rest of the district hospitals. And then in the third week, we'll be looking at the polyclinics, the health centers, and the CHIPs. In the fourth week, we'll do the mop-ups. So I am confidently announcing to the good people of this country that we have a 4 weeks plan that will get us out of this mess. And so at this point, I will allow Dr. Anita Opon to do her presentation, and that will be followed by Conrad Jokoto to also present to you the games system, how it's going to function, and tell you some of the superior functions of the games system. So I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You did a very good job for me. Thank you. Okay, so why are we here? We are here because recent service disruptions linked to light wave suspension of NHIA integration. And there is public interest. What is the interest? Access to care, continuity of claims, and who holds Ghana's health data, as the minister said. And our goal is simple: to share, verify what's working, what's and what's next. I think the minister gave us a very extensive background. So this is how the audit was done. There was a work stream. They reviewed contracts, they looked at delivery notes, acceptance forms. They did a physical verification of information in all the 16 regions in the country. They did functional tests. We had user evidence and some quality assurance, where we really are. At the start of the audit, the ministry's inherited report said Light Limbs had completed 481 facilities. But based on the verification, we realized that it was actually 450 that was operational. 30 had not been operational. It was not on the ground. And this was concentrated in the eastern region, and most of them were in the health centers. So out of the 450 verified, we realized that 443 were completed year 2. So they had 6 milestones, and they completed whatever was assigned to them during year 1 and year 2. So when the contracts was renewed, the 2-year renewal they had, they were expected to deliver 157 more facilities. And out of the 157, which the government of Ghana paid for, they only delivered on 7. So these are the payments versus delivery. So you see that year 1 and year 2, all the 6 milestones supposed to deliver 443 at a total cost of $66.3 million, which they did, and it was accepted. So when it was renewed again, that was year 3, they were expected to deliver 157, deploy 157 facilities. They only delivered 7. They deployed 7, and it was accepted. Bear in mind, they were paid for the 157 for year 1 and the milestone, year 3 and milestone 1. But only 7 sites were accepted by end of year 31st December 2024. The issue with year 3 and milestone 1, why this matters. So you see that we are exposed to them at an approximate sum of 10.1 million of prepaid but undelivered scope of work. So the risk here is, with the contract expiring, government enforceability weakens unless there is a very valid extension or variation. So when you look at the table here, you see the tranche. We paid 10.6 to them to deliver 157 facilities or deploy 157 facilities, but they only deployed 7, 4.4% of the work they needed to do. So you see, approximate value of delivered sites is 472,000 plus, and we had already paid 10 million to them. So if we do the hardware analysis, if we take the desktops, they charged $600 per desktop, per their own specifications. And for the total contract period, they were expected to deliver 25,799. For year 1 and year 2, they were supposed to deliver 13,125 laptops. So you see that according to their own documentation, as per way bills with the Ministry of Health, we realized that what they had was 5,054. But the team decided to go ahead and do physical verification and even counted laptops that had gone bad, the ones that were not good. And what we got was 7,060. The variation here is 6,065 that were not supplied. For. Then if we take the mast and grounding, they were expected to do 9,502 total contract period. For year 1, year 2, we're expecting them to do 445. That's 445. According to the ministry's documentation, they only did 49. But when we did the physical verification, we realized they did 73, which were very poorly executed. And so if things are not done well, you can imagine the consequences this will have on our equipment. So you see the variation there is 372 undelivered work. And so they didn't do 83.6% of the work. Meanwhile, they had taken the full amount. So total exposure from our audit findings for year 1 and year 2 scope, based on the hardware, you see our exposure is 18.9 million, which has already been paid but not evidenced in the field. These things were not deployed properly. Then you see for year 3, milestone 1, supplier was paid 10.6 for a new milestone. He only delivered 4.6% of what he was supposed to do. And so there is also an exposure of 10.1. In total, there is 29 million exposure to be reconciled with the vendor. So these are some of the audit recommendations. Audit recommendation 1, the audit identified significant gaps in delivering the hardware operations across reported sites. So the recommendation is that these gaps to the relevant state authorities have been forwarded to the relevant state authorities for verification and advice. So they will do what they need to do. And I think the minister mentioned this when he was addressing us. Second recommendation was immediate custody of systems and data, which the minister also addressed extensively. And so following the second recommendations, these were some of the actions we took, which the minister also talked about. Recommendation 3 is interim license to protect service continuity, which he again addressed extensively. So out of the minister's or the ministry's good faith efforts, these are some of the actions they have taken, which he actually spoke about here. And you realize on the vendor's attitude, he has breached the Protection Act. So we expect the relevant authorities to also do what they need to do. Our recommendation 4 is to establish a national health information exchange as a single integration layer, which the minister talked about, and my colleague Conrad will take us through the exchange. So this is also about the exchange. So recommendation 5 is what he talked about, going to open up tender so that Ghanaians who are qualified and who are able to do the work will be able to take it up and do it well. So to conclude, we want you to know, we want to reiterate the fact that the contract actually expired on 31st December 2024. At the time of the expiration of the contract, the vendor had underperformed on the contract, delivering on only 450 health facilities of the 950, despite being granted an extra 2-year extension to complete the project, totaling 5 years in total. The ministry extended a good faith SLA for the maintenance of the 450 sites, which the minister actually talked about, while the issues from the audit were being handled. The vendor refused this offer. The Ministry of Health, as per recommendations and policy, has established the National Health Information Exchange, which now ensures that no single vendor or private entity has control over the sovereignty of our health data and systems. So thank you very much. Conrad will take us through the...
At this point, through the solution to roll out. So Conrad.
Mr. Minister, thank you so much for that. Okay. So my name is Koto. I'm a member of the GAMES team, the solution to the problem that we are currently facing. So the GAMES is an end-to-end application that
Accra100.5. You may no say the word no. Yeah, the Citizen Show. Na me kan say no na me da wase say wajibre na woni yen etna wodwumedie so Facebook ni so no Accra100.5 obetime de comment no e de aba wo ho no say de onim no ene as usual me tenemu e de ama the commander himself Nana Kobra Bobie Ansa me din Dr. Desmond Kofi Anana me tena punechi na fe me di dwuma no aha nti ye be cause a enche ye be di nkoma hodo bebre but ye nhwa de bi ebusia nti sɛ de onim no dwumedie no ɛkɔ no a obetimi to de comment e de aba yɛn WhatsApp line no ɛyɛ 0506672665 0506672665 o de ba yɛbɛgye brɛ na yakan e de ama mbrebe mu so ebebie phone lines no na so wakyerɛ wadwene ɛwɔ hɔ nti hyɛ ne so fɛma yɛn Facebook no etwagu me hu sɛ mo de messages no bebre na e de aba wɔ hɔ yɛbɛda mo ase sɛ de bia no abri nyina no free dwada kosi bebere da no mo ka ye ho na fe ye di dwumadie yi e de brew Ghana mine enkoso nti ena de bia no oboade nimdie kakra wo de adom ye no ye nso ye ba betra ha na ya kire ya dwene enye se sabi ye nimnyansa dodo esene mumu bia that it just say ye nya opportunity eno nti no da ne da nyina no ye ni sopa se mo gibre na mo ne yen e kan wo tsedwuma but yen hwade bi anopai ena ekruakata mame nhwe akire nhwe say custodian aha ena de bae aha custodian newspaper no ena de bae na hwe sometimes yesi dia ofuduapa na epiano aha yen hye ne nso yesi dia ofuduapa no ena ye piano ena se abraba ye boys obi di dwuma bi ana ekuo bi di dwuma bi na se eso ani na esaso abasobode a there's nothing wrong say ubetu di na fe wakire ani so a ana so se wakire wadwene wo ho se de omaye no adepa enu nti eya Victory Bible Church me bo mabaso ena wie hye so Victory Bible Church na mekanisa obi busa se na Victory Bible Church na dia no maye empembebre it's been so many years here mo amunam sa kwantimpon we so ameba betu dini was a stretch of the capital there sasema mekan o nim se dia mekan no kura trudu ufri eye banyard banyard ufri odoko befa twi ma mi ho no be dude banya traffic light na se ho a ase odi wani mu kira blekuma kwan no traffic light no ho kakra kwan na se kura kwan no ase kura chese udru ho na wan to bo a wan he kura kobu o shock na wo ho bu kura kwa kutu ufiri kwahye man so ba udru traffic light na wo bobenku nifa akọ towards ablekuma no sa ɛhɔ kakra no wutimu sɛ ɛkwan na sɛkra na wei ɛna asafo a yɛfrɛ no Victory Bible Church ɛnɛ ɔde ne ntema akɔbɔ da Blekuma North Municipal Assembly ɛmfo deɛ ho na wɔn mu siesie kwan no abusua me feel sɛ ɛwɔ sɛ saa dwumadie wei no is worth acknowledging ɛyɛ ade a ɛwɔ sɛ yɛka na amanfo nyinaa tie ɛwɔ sɛ yɛbɔ akyire na amanfo nyinaa hunu di a ɛyɛ religious groupings and religious asɔdeɛ no bebree ɛyɛ anama ɔmo in also ensuring sɛ ɔmo ho bɛkɔ national development ni mu enti ɛnɛ ɛsɔmani ɛnu nti na mebɛtena apono akyi a mini producer kakyɛ producer sɛ saa deɛ wei ɛwɔ si yɛka ɛfɔ si yɛdi ho nkɔmmɔ sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ a nipa dodoɔ no a ɛretie yɛn no because platform wei ɛyɛ very big platform ti nipa etitire ne ntini a ɛretie no ehunu dwumadi a asafo no nso yɛ in national development apart from say we all know say some of this religious can say society no ɛyɛ nneɛma bebree ɛde boa ebinom abiebie schools ebinom in the area of education sɛdeɛ meka no abiebie schools ahodoɔ bebree a wɔnom nso de boa sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ yɛbɛtete nkɔfoɔ sɛ ɛwɔ nneɛma ahodoɔ bebree so ɛno nso ne nyinaa aboa but this one is also worth acknowledging say asafo no etu ne ho ɛde asi hɔ na ɔne aban ana musini a ɛwɔ the Ablekuma North Municipal Assembly hɔnom na ɔmo se ɔmo hwɛ no ma fixes that part of the road no sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ a commuters wɔn mo a use saa kwan no so nyinaa no ebenya ahotosoɔ sɛ sɛbi ɔnam kwan no so a ne bibia bɛkɔ yie ne deɛ keke ka ho anti Victory Bible Church peni ɔda asafo na no ɛyɛ yɛ nyinaa yɛade yɛ nyinaa peni a yɛfrɛ no Taki Yaboy ɔsɔfo Reverend Taki Yaboy papa nyame nhyira wo sɛ wadwene saa adwene pa wei obi bɛka sɛ akyɛ de akyɛ ɛne deɛ no korɛ but sɛ asafo no at this point in time no a President Mahama call say obiara mbra on board deɛ obetimi ayɛ biara no bɛyɛ sɛ bo ɔman no na asafo no are responding in this manner no deɛ me Dr. Desmond Kofi Anadie meni so pa because se ye kan sa stretch no se sebi ebe cost even one CD kura no a asafo no has a lot of challenges here. I know some of the religious churches no religious bodies eboa wo masafo no kwa ho woduo bebi so enyo mu nyina de we know some people are doing some other things here no nyame na meka munim dada ena ebinim nso afato wo mo ho so se wono mo hwe na the national development no and the development agenda a ye nyina no ye push no wono mo so be contribute to quota and so this is worth mentioning said ye be ya ye nyina be hu enti asafo the Victory Bible Church led by Reverend and now say Apostle Taki Yaboy ya boma basu ye papa ne na sorry penny for me sure say ni nyina no mu nyina na dwendwene ho e no mu nyina si benkro ko adwenkro mu say e wo say wono mu eye sa adwumadi na wono mu de boa and so ye boma basu bebre ye ka say ebi bebre nsambra bebre no nsambra esan say it's important to say ye be ensure say ye nyina no together and yebetimi na yatoto yaboa the national development agenda said the be ya yina no ibenya hotoso ewo ho and so we are encouraging to encourage other religious bodies who important bi na se bibi wo ho a asafo no betimi afa to ho so na waye na de aboa society you have to do it. You have to ensure say what contribute enormously to the development of this country. Because at the end of the day, no, timemufo eba wa sore no wo mo anso ena sebi wono mo ba akosa line e wo important bebre a enti wo ya you are not even serving just your people alone or congregant na wasafo fo nko you are serving a lot of people me kan sa kwantimpo en nkofo bebre na fa so enti se ho behia se yebe bo asafo na baso e wo honom na afei ya hwe se bibia na wono mo ye bia no so yebeko ewo ho nti ebusia eno na ye de hye ye nkomodie no ase ene awie ya ye nyina no yagibra yesi nkunya wo citizen show ne so ewo Accra 100.5 me de no to ncha ebusia ye nhwa de bi ye the Concerned Small Scale Miners Association of Ghana National Concerned Small Scale Miners Association of Ghana nei ye ken yenyane ntie se wono mo to anamon bi eno so ye wet mentioning ensan se galamse nkomo no enei me ye very very excited se obi bia afa sa akona to ne ho so because a national call enti obi bia no afa to ne ho so enei me ka say National Concerned Small Scale Miners Association titreni ewo ahomane so ye ne twetwe nkomo na anamon bi o matu no mani sopa nti ye ne ye nyina ya de nyina ending komo ewo ho na ye nhwe dia omo etimi aye de aboa ewo enkomo no mu ye wentimi engine line so ye bebo akiri na yahwe matese pumpum bi pie mu ho ye Michael Kojo Prepra one of president edema the National Concerned Small Scale Miners Association ono ena ye hwe nim se ye ne no ebedin komo na nay operations a omkoye no mkoye wo atwuma enwabiaja district ni mu bronu bia ye fe no impasatia abompe ene ni importem prezo mema wa ha ena wie eba citizen show iso na bani bibia boko de
ya dum ne homo bro
ye de radiase yi videos bi na ye nsaka ewo dwumedie so na ye se efi ye dwumedie led by your good self anamo bi amatu all in our quest say ye nyina no ye de ye ho gi galamsey fight ni mu wadama bie so kakra kire na afei bibi wo ha ye bebusa wa ye timi ebusa
I think I'm a mincha with you for
mo je so
ye nyina yo ha and yes you know inside so yeah kasa they don't distinguish between nipa or putan alliances and nipa or sense you know kasa yo mpo mo de o ma yo ba bin say yes you know and on betu for me de e wo Darko foi among small scale miners and also among illegal small scale miners among galamsey for our money and if for their greed and their selfish interest no insu no mo de chamfan apakosi eso and omudan insu nemu na omo sense you know cause as an association and ya power tax force you should be self-policing policies. Say, baby, I members in the Yejuma. Sa uncle for Omoho, especially on the bigger streams and bigger rivers. The task force no coho. Na yakwako pamu sanko for Munina. Well, most times in the car, you call I'm for no Yomko Kasa. At the end of the day, these people cannot do what they are doing without the involvement of the chiefs. They call na ye mo grace period so mo proponi yo mo nyoma the grace period no do na nyoma nda so si what it means o my imagine say insu ni ensas no na o mese no and then amene ya start the operation ya call baby tisa bompe mpasetia be poso and ya otimi akwa say chamfa machines are insu no so a say no me no ka say baby a kofo ye djuma excavator bi eni ho na because oh ebia small scale miners one mo dey excavator esiwa omo sense you no the clear evidence say omo sense you no any small scale miners na omo so djuma die ni say omo insio no so no e no mo dey omo tutu machine ana so omo chan fan kosi o na omo essence nti reduce na operations a yakwakoye no and they amino ka say it's ongoing na etumi akwa speedboat a be etumi ko nsuo no so baby bi omo sha ya start ya clear up.
I see. Na me hwɛ mfoni na me wonder say the level of distraction a mfoni a mo de abai kyerɛ no ɛyɛ ayɛmhyehyeɛ papapapapapa kyerɛ sɛ ano ɔden na mo ayi nkɔfo a mo di saa adwuma wei no mo nsa kan biara anaa mo duru hɔ na kyerɛ sɛ ɔmo de ɔmo ho aka nwura.
The moment ɔmo hu sɛ wo ba no mo to nsuo ni wa no bogya ɔmo ɛnyɛma no wɔ hɔ nti me no ka sɛ deɛ nsa nka bi deɛ but ɔmo no mo di adwuma no ɛna ya make sure sɛ baako kra nyere anka
okay
ɛyɛ monitoring na yɛbɛyɛ every day me no ka sɛ speedboat no yasa order another one a yɛde ɛbɛ make sure sɛ stream no yɛ free through to say often from Ashanti region ɛkɔ ne nyinaa no every day be patrol na make sure sɛ saa nkɔfo ɛbɛ yi ɔmo pɛ yɛ ɔmo fi ɔde a nim sɛ nsuo no ɛni bɛte na ɔmampanyin ne Land and Natural Resource Ministry ɔmo ani so adu ho sɛ yɛnsuo no ɛni bɛte na sɛbe Ghana fo nso ehu yɛaban ɛbɛ a wayɛ no ne nyinaa ɛtumi aba.
I see. Na mami bi so anti-side operation wa mo ye no. Collaborative effort with 9 Musa na say we no monko a kwantin kro.
I think we are working hand in hand with the Land and Natural Resource Ministry. You know, because they do baby now we are overwhelmed.
Okay.
Friday 9 months or more information on what is happening. But as we speak now, this operation is being funded by the association. Here you know, say the self-policing policy no. It must work. Send ye crown able to me making sure say GPRT for Ghana Bar Association for all Manka some task force to me every pay members in check, you know. At least it to me actually not distraction, you know, it to me across but we are working hand in hand with government and the leadership of NIMOS.
I see. But one question na me pese mi hu. You mentioned say mo call site ho no kamia say it is not any excavators kra no mo di in omo di yes distraction no yes omo chan fine ni de keke ka ho na anti I get the point you want to make and I say o person who sign muti as National Concerned Small Scale Miners Association for say you can so bo ni ntimi fa mbom nko a sa na person o put across ana.
Oh, not necessarily. Partly, I agree with you. I think that in the video here, we saying
exactly.
And we be na kasa and a small scale miners for legal and safe for essential. But there's a clear example. A chance saying say be maybe a more council more yet the and the Minerals Act does not warrant anybody to work on the water bodies.
Exactly.
People are more criminals sabi omo di bone edise omo mukuta ankata. So there is a distinction now. Ankofo who say okay, this is what is happening. I na me no ka say EPA boss class sa chanfan ye omo edidi omo dwuma ye be stop importation of this chanfan, which we applaud the EPA CEO aka because machines we are now people who are using it to mine on our water bodies. At least when we get the water clearer now, going forward, I think a bank can get it right on how to manage almost as almost sense. There's a clear example. Say almost sense, they are not small scale miners, and these are people who are more essential for their greed and their personal gains. It will be small scale miners for the essential and any Thank we more and ka say ushe video na omo ejania bimu ya say omo machines. These are people who are mining in the water bodies almost essential.
I can see pa because anoding ye papa anti no akoba ni say na mo sesa omonia ma nyina de kɔ no ekira sem te say mo bɛbɔ ebia ministry na mande no mo de nkofo akɔ more or less a station one to protect na mo effort no anko giant na say mo ye then what is the next move for you?
Oh, the truth of the matter is, we are going to sustain it. Sabi, it me up was the Accra100. It me this argument for a longer time. You know, say members and you meeting, and you know contributing to even get the speedboat. You know, it wasn't easy. It goes into hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know, we are acquiring the bigger one, Kaka. I even members need to be to me a big. Now, almost me, I this argument. To be frank, it's not an easy work, but government is minimum, you know. You know, you know, buying, buying, and one also fighting, you made me. You know, a bit to me, a boy, near boy, 9 months, blue water guard for. Now, yet to be above.
Essentially, now the person me cry me who say now more free hono, more chit is saying, what the okay.
Funny enough, we have our members in these various communities.
Oh, okay. Tip off no. Great.
Periodically, no. So most and we more ebben and move so they are the people who give us the
information. Okay.
Anytime we are never call.
I see. And President Mamenda was saying Ninchirimu Awodiama minime a tea for him here for Facebook for now.
That's the point. I'm share with you for now.
All right, yes, that's the part. Auntie, Abusia, a year president at the National Concern Small Scale Miners Association, and yeneno atwetwe nkomo ewo ho no. Aha, nti odinchiri mu ediaba ne frɛ Michael Kojo Pepra, and yeneno atwetwe nkomo nti Abusia bra Facebook ne so behwe wani so ade. Behwe the level of distraction. Just minim se krowe no. I don't get it. Enti obi ntimi just say omo up to now. Womo imagine say galamsey no wonu munjai no. I don't know what is in their head. Minim adwene asebi edani petirimu a up to now. Anamo abani tuo sika ye say no in this fight against galamsey. Still kwabrani si minjai. I don't get it. Kwam kwachi. I don't mean tias you.
4 1 2 3 4.
Eko.
But yanka say nyame adom. Who's the Saturday we can say Ghana Legal Council for omonye no release we no. Nyame adom. Unu oko mokola. Yes, eti. Ochiro ni yi. On niti wusa.
Congratulations.
Iti eche. Yes,
oh, viral video bi na buy no amame no kasa wo say otriko.
Eti doc niti wusa.
Wow.
Nyame adom. And I think that this time
o ya bi Debbie. O kasa mitiri wusa na say obi a o ntimi anya opportunity.
Oh, na say nipa 4,000 natural na am fa 1,500 or 1,000 or say.
Seven no nya adwene so be kase ni tiri wusa. Ese obi a we nya no. Me kwa ho na me free ba. Obi a we nya na je ni tie wu. Enye ne sa.
Na say na utie wu. Bi tie wu. Ana me ko tro ye. I don't know process ni as a threat. Process ni saying. Ana yere 6 hours. Ebi call more papers. More papers. What's am for tro. Obi de one favorite baba
bobo fi kwagbatie asem dia
David no send them the catch him we have doctor solid
we brutal
per submission
we brutal
yeah per submission
me so me cast am say we brutal na say we brutal
we future
so
yeah
future e dey be sa
yenko the future bright it yada nyamias be no ye be kan Saturday morning
no Saturday nkomo
galamsey issue na mpese bikebi
kakakra e serious o me ntiase se
hwe
anamo aban to effort ya individuals e dey bani adwinkyira ye dey ba ye se sika se dey be ye yankasa tibemfo ye hu beto ye
sironim say last week or last 2 weeks because man craso
yes
e wa Ashanti region
yes
na sina
dia okoye wo niam bi no
en honye kra galamsey pay me but obi rezi asem say ere bia galamsey kosu bia e say DC police commander ɔhene ɔwɔ hɔ
ɛyɛ
yɛkla wo nyinaa me wobisa me a mene saa afɔde yɛ adwen because this year ɛwɔ ɔna ɛyɛ penny ɔwɔ hɔ no
in charge of security ni ayɛ nyinaa
ɔhene ɔwɔ hɔ mɛka ne sɛn mp ɔwɔ hɔ it's either say one or the other ɔmo benefit from the galamsey sikani movie. Another than you can't tell me say.
Is it always the case, sir?
Maybe what you say. We your baby wo ha. No, you can't dare. Untimi. Enko esa untimi. Wama warning.
License in the free.
Who said the na there no be any cry lenses?
Sir.
Yes. And dock your way. No be any cry lenses. So just here. So me de galamsey ne de abane ya de. O hwe ejuma 9-4 eye ene ejuma Michael Kojo Pepra num eye anamo mutu mo hwe se bibia galamsey ekoso bia no do go there and fight so tia see and yembo Michael Kojo Pepra ba so pa o ya de and the way I the boys yes association now when omo ye e de boa pan no
sir omo to speedboat
so if you have such a person such an organization omo boa Emma Galamsey esu tu o my we mu
a edin say ya enti ye bede bia beka say small scale for na ye small scale for na ye de e say de hu jim
yes
na afi ye clear ye ho enti enu no mo ye no
enti so me no adwuma Michael Kojo be pra no ma ye no me bo ma ba so omo ye e de support 9-4 no e say obia so no obia boa na o hwe na de no because oti ha o fo say aden emma oboboa no enche obete si weja nsuo no ya shut it down imagine you see ya shut weja nsuo down doc o na ote honom nsuo kra nye bi dware so ti ase intimi no de yembo mu na abaso na ye hye nyina nkran say galamsey no ye betri to ase ye betimi to galamsey na se pa but say ukonya ebirum o mehye hyase no mo ye we a eno e be medwuma na den so Michael Kojo Pepra ye mo na abaso say we have a doctor ba ti ye den record health minister from there na
exactly nti abusia ye be ko na ye di nkomo kakra nti ye ba
Mama vanguzo. Adam. Algo guzo ana. Mama vanguzo. Mama vango guzo ina. Na kido kwa we na wose ohwi guzo. Yanko abeshi yanko. Na we bende. Fasi baby.
Facebook no no some messages in do na aba ye beje brene akan ebi e de amamo e wo ho ebi no bo asafo ye Victory Bible Church na baso ye papa say asafo obian take you out of say adwumedie no a Victory for aye ne ho say de diga kan ye ni ye ni obema Dr. Samuel aye e be twetwe nkomo and the next few minutes na fi yahwe and the minister, the health minister, echo enya ne 10 ewo the government accountability series no no de nsem mo bro so de bebre eni abema no wa ha on de abema ni and otensem na siye to beto ne bo na wa biebie mu kama na fe asem se bi wo ho a yenso ye pese ye de bono na fe ye de abono se de be ya won so no ubenya ntiase wo nsem a etwa gori mu doc mema wa ha wie
senior major so
na bibia boko de
obo ade edenkwa acheye
edewade ase
yentimi complaining
first of all mami busa before yen call substantive in mo sa accountability series no a aban na introduce no ni vision pa ties ade ni chi yeden
of course government accountability series an initiative of the Honorable Minister for Government Communication, the Honorable Felix Kwachofo.
Great.
Say Oshe Hawa, President Mama, are reforming government information dissemination. Our the Honorable Felix Kwachofo to be a minister. No, I was say Yeden Shegu Akwemua. Even with the reduced numbers of President Mama at the government communication, first no, before government communication, there was information ministry.
Yes.
Now information ministry directors managers in fact those who were in charge of government information dissemination they were about 126 yes now a bill Jubilee House
okay
and a bill information ministry Kaboma was about 126 no one now your directors managers obia on a Prado Land Cruiser Auchi abai fuel mano the president Mama buying us no. We can't do the same thing and expect a different result. Into no the reforms abba. As our reforms no, ye be consolidate government the information dissemination machinery no with fewer numbers but more efficiency. Into critique government communication office. Leader here the Honorable Felix Kwachofo, Minister for Government Communication and Presidential Spokesperson.
Okay.
Or the SAR government accountability series number to bring governance closer to the people.
Okay.
Until regularly, ministers, ultimately, maybe at this month, the following 2 months, 3 months, now I was saying the eba. We are expecting say within 3 months, no, maybe I was a Ghana for a day. Already, we have embraced technology, social media, the new media. It's sure. Statement be we don't have to organize a press conference. You're not about fellows for so they to the social media handles. Net them. And so so many means to disseminate it at a higher cost. And this adding any day in Europe. Into embraces her. And to be sure, government accountability ministers be brave, but it be so my because a dorsal. But be a benyanet. No, don't know about you and I will agree. Say, especially look at today's press conference by the health minister. Very concise, very insightful, and educative. Very decisive. Appointee. The government accountability series said it is for government to account for its stewardship. Aba Ghana for to Abama president, Mama and the ministers. So almost better than a normal Ghana phones say this in a year. Because at the very least, a year Ghana for no votes now the year. You are not superior to them.
Exactly.
You are supposed to account to them to show the posture and the temperament of all ministers. It is in line with the president's demeanor and the president's temperament and the posture. It is our follow government accountability series. No be a kasawa hombrasim, be added the 1 year at tuja. That is the essence of governance.
I see. Let's stay on Accra. The reason why I pese menya we pese wo be in especially for more party supporters. Anyone more I feel say Kasana Dawson, especially in the area of the Attorney General. And say Uba accountability series wana said the econo. So be bufu wa konta no be atia say a juma DC na ban ye. Enya zaneti. And he say obi bana se obi disan komono na ekoba ne say all over the place. O kasado do be ya eno na such
I think say a mixture of so many factors.
Okay.
No crane say Attorney General BNY in the last 10 months are Dr. Ine and the deputy. Me in my view, or my so efficient as Look, and sometimes he suffers a lot of, misjudgments.
Yes.
Of course, it's because of public expectation. Now, no energy no through. Indeed, energy no that's through. And we understand and agree with Obia or what impression say. But this I was saying but we agree with them. But the fundamental point also be at us and say, do not send the narrative will change. Look, criminal prosecution. I can tell you on authority say in 2017 by this time, the MPP for Muntimi file one case crown court. And now I know say Attorney General. The Kwabena Edubuahen matter. The case of our 49 million Ghana citizens. Say it's in court.
Yes.
Does the Attorney General control when judgment is given?
Not at all.
No. But Attorney General, we're filing a witness statement. We're filing or among the prosecution witnesses. So much I say the we have several situations where even Edubuahen lawyers almost sorry every court. Say near maybe because of many injuries. Now we a lawyer now with every quarter. Any our clients so on your day. What's the mechanism? But it is in court. Attorney General to me in court, judge and sign fine say maybe it is the rule of law. We're presenting the case. Defense counsel by presenting the case. Not judge that show me in 2017 by this time that case be any court. Number 2, the national service scandal. As you see, a can cover 2.2 billion according to the Auditor General's report.
Yes.
Is the case not in court?
It's in court.
Have you not heard arguments? Say some of them are even wailing. Say, "Sikano mede, umbe tuya back." But Attorney General say, "Utuya back, kra, what perpetrated criminality?" I say, "Okoye dem." And nothing as some of these cases that's in court. Third case, Chama Utumi.
Yes.
Now some say court.
Yes.
What shall I say court? No, I know court. In 2017, by this time, na BB say anyhow. And to say about say you just can't quite there. I can say you just can't be brave. But the people who did that, their feet must be held towards the fire of accountability. And the Attorney General, I'm a bonabason and the deputy doctor Slim say. And to Ghana ni bia o TMA. Ni GDNS at the national. No muso chen open. Na many bedua. You will be shocked in this country.
And you always
one after the other.
And the platform now provided as a government government communication is for them to always also come and tell the Ghanaian people say
because Mami Chom Attorney General Bia own delay with public perception will fail. Because in the last 8 years in Ghana for nyina ne wa uti hebe ya adwen say yesika sem no entwa yi the way na ye bobo sia na ye jeje to but still na bibia ase na anya the public themselves know say no kataseshade pro in the last 8 years na edoso dodo. And to your Attorney General, you must continue to update the public.
Exactly.
You must carry them along. Because I just case be because now Attorney General I'm a brief state no I'm a brief country no not the court. You don't even know the details.
Yes.
Say you call Lusu or court, say you call Winnie. Say what charges are being filed no. The ordinary Ghanaian may not have any interest or may not even know.
Yes.
But the moment Attorney General by a press conference or the details no, on the side of the details no it caught public attention and public interest in the matter. It is a case said the Yakokoto. Judge Bu Atena Etian Crofona. The people of Ghana already know what has happened.
Yeah.
What's the mechanism? So it is good. Maybe Emrebia ni we are say Attorney General being timid. And press conference and updated the state. Indeed, so court crack of file a rate. Say one was able to trap pictures of rates. Yes. At the 12. So rates now on which channel. No, and your public document. Say a public document. Exactly. It is a public document.
Yeah.
And to say obi the rates via public document now obi so the briefings and gasa on the matter when he is in court. Everybody abontia be cheche much Ghana for and the reason why or they court. What is the problem with it?
I see.
What you say?
Exactly.
MPP appointees no. Omuna na court.
Debbie.
Inti ara no omuna na court. Yes, we trimu fire. Inti amanye dey. I don't want to mention names. MPP appointee. Bebre omutifie. You invite them to court because omonye. Why would you say? President Kufuor na kai was here. Now, point is they should ready for accountability. And if we are facing accountability, what is the problem with it? The same people are almost say they are ready for accountability. They don't go to someone or say tata one tata. So there's nothing wrong with it. So I don't think so.
I see. And every where they are the let me say do na in your the reasoning behind government accountability series, you know. And you say Embreno sooner say to suffer a particular minister or a ministry. Say Onumebu Akuntana say this is the brain behind it here.
Now say Attorney General and say obey a press conference. Say in the one to make case no matter who is some this career.
It's all Ghana for sort here.
But until Attorney General said be catch judge and say that is the whole idea about it.
Exactly.
That's what court akodia to say no. And now you that's the essence of the whole operation. Recover all loot. That's the Bonnie be any.
Okay.
What you say?
All right. Okay, yanko yensem ni mu. Minister for Health by Unyani 10. Fire firm. The key highlights of Nkomo be DH Ghana for.
Me that's it. And me bought the health minister Kwabena Minta Akando me bona baso.
Great.
Na we prove it beyond doubt to say we a strong leader. He's a leader Ghana needs. Or a progressive leader serving under a progressive president and a visionary president. Me bona baso for this initiative. What show the commitment to protecting the public purse. What show the commitment to value for money. Was shown a commitment to data protection and protection of the public populace. That is what he demonstrated today. Now me born about so then pay for the deputy minister and the chief director Ghana so many years ago they launched e-health project. Electronic health.
Yeah.
It's just a paper system now near you so kwa no akotwi folder. Tin na go hospital. Na gumbe bre 30,000, 40,000. Yes, show folder cry. I just say the 3 hours na hwehwe no. Let us change from it. Na nye be electronic. Wo kwa ukra card. Maybe one. And a company be a friend of light wave. Almost your makoye system be a friend of light wave health management and as a light wave health information management systems LIMS. What you mean pa? Light wave health information management system. They tell you say ufo da na en kan na ye paper no. Ya ye electronic. Ukona ukra card a ye bo din shema na do details na ye aba. It is oko OPD, oko theater, ye ko operation ye bibia uhwinti mpo na akofa hospital near the plaster to chirema wa. Ya trogu sa system no so. It is wo radio hospital now call your tro now few now also akokolebu the same number your bar appear and now buying this our company sign contracts in 2019 so omun develop a system omun set the same system you are making omun set up in 950 hospitals in this country 950 at a cost of $100 million or $100 million. You may have your disagreements with Sikano, but that was the contract.
Okay.
In our contract, after 2 years of implementation, they do 2022 now also but years 915 no meant me anya day. And a buying at the time next extending from 2022 to 31st December 2024. By which time it was just 950 sites in no my day on my way. In Shishabuch, say 950 no meant me anya mu half. Only 450. And it's our calculation now. 450 out of 950, only 47%. It may be so. So contract $100 million. Na uyemu 47%. I was discussing it here. Only $47 million. Because 100.
Yeah.
And now why you move 47%? They say it's only 47%.
yet almost $77 million, which is 77%, for work that has not been done. Ordinarily, they are supposed to do all the 950 so that they get their $100 million. Only 450. Now, the ATN say, "Enya no kwa contract ni mo no. E also mo de niema pi, mo provide niema pi. Et say laptops. Et say desktops. Et say must to make sure that the system runs effectively and efficiently."
Exactly.
Me no ka say desktop now also mo provided 25,799.
Desktop.
Yes, across the 950 hospitals, we provided only 7,060. Out of 25,000, we provided only 7 after the whole program. In fact, for the first 2 years, Nelson provided 13,000. Out of that 13,000, we provided only 7,000. Nelson, I got 6,000.
Yes.
Now, some provided mast system 445. Out of that 445, no, on provided only 73. But who's the idea? And we break it down into details now. Year 1 and year 2, before their contract was extended, they were supposed to do 443 sites in a normal year. About $66 million. By year 3, and also now milestone 1. Milestone 2, milestone 3. Year 3, milestone 1. Now also we provided 157 sites in 157 hospitals. We provided 7 per 7. Out of 157, no, we provided 7. Emu 150 omanye. 7 out of 157, only 4.4%.
Yeah.
Sika now see a tuomo for only 7, no, $472,000. O de ba enesi kemu a about 40 something billion. Utie me. Only 7 sites no. Of course you can have your disagreement with Sikana amount in the debate. That was the contract. Only 7 sites no. The cost and I see a tiomu according to number no my no. 472,000. Yet near tiomu got $10.6 million. For a Juma or that raises serious questions. Say a Juma nipa na anye no. Eye den na ukwe den ukutu yanika. Enti by 31st December 2024 contract newu. Emu niyama nyina ewu. They couldn't execute even half of the contract. By ye tuomo ka amana broso about $30 million. Ghana ni awutie me mama ncheche mu $1 million. $1 million me no ka say about 120 billion OCs. 1 billion kwa 120 multiplied by 30. Ye dia mo man do o man pam o man chire o man yehwe ye dia mo $30 million extra. Abai for fraba ya analysis yes contract na. Now within the contract no yes documents are obeje from Ghana data bibia no hand it over to Ghana for government. Is that not it? At least that's the least we can ask for. Is it too much to ask for this? No. In Kofo munu ayakum
ade
omonfa data ne mai
denti
me no to Ghana is a health management system elims no outsourcing the data from India. It's your data no so be your malaria, so be your tipaye, so be your a heart disease, so be your kidney disease, so be your liver disease. Ya try also private no. Of course, according to the contract, I'm say private, but sourcing the data from India. And the open information no also unya onobia ne fapem no India. Enti aban foforo ba ye se de why nyina no contract no kra de ewu in despite say etua o ka mana bro so no fa ya de maye nkofo mu na yakum o ha no madum system no Oh, ha no maso. Usu kakra no maso. Ubufu kakra no medum no. And all across the country, limb system, hospitals, be bring out me so my practice that as a doctor.
Yeah.
Me call it limb system. I used to be that when I was at the regional hospital, I was using it. What the Americans and then my colleagues me down mamina. I'm not from me say yenye hu bibi because I'm not much I say you use our paper record system which is tedious and has a lot of errors on records and what have you. What do they make us? A very serious thing.
Serious matter.
Yes. Anti-fire system my so yet you are camera broso no. Famaya also famaya. Oh ha no adum no. Oh ha no aso. What do they make us? They are not a minister no. The ofrio, the auto, ni raso anye de. Wanya anton na de bi. Intiene, they are about to roll up a new system. Now, that new system, no, data now will be the sole property of Ghana. Data no will be kept in Ghana. Data no will not be kept in another country. New one no my no, and never representation interface no because nurses and doctors have to undergo training.
Yeah.
There used to be that. It has more enhanced features.
Sine limbs for
yes, if you be pathograph, oba be wa ye mama mo ma woda no omunim. Oba be wa o ye pathograph. So pathograph no ye dey monitor the progress of the delivery or the labor. So o chair na on check. So o chair dey na e man check. E o se ekoye CS and ani kwa se ekoye CS. So ye nye CS a, ye nye bibi a e friend be assisted delivery. Ye supporting in a way. No until find the old system, no, you can't do it on the system. But our new system here, friend, no, Ghana Health Information Management System, no, Ghana dear property, Ghanaian property, no, it was our features. There are a lot of other features, it was what they used by nurses and doctors, no. Yeah, friend user friendly interface, no, yeah, any integration, yeah, good, yeah, better. As compared to our previous system, no? That is what the health minister, the Honorable Kwabena Mintah, can do. And now demonstrate this, no, this is the way forward now. Now, me born abaso on this regard for remaining strong, for remaining steadfast, for remaining progressive as far as this matter is concerned. Me born abaso pa.
I see. I mean, biso, anti yen data. Ako ka obi man so say ako di obi nsem wan nei ono ni bufu a even wo say wo ye tua wo sika bi a ye kra ye bonwe so no.
That was it. I was say at the end of normal milestones. I was say at the end of milestone bia no data o magigi o maye ho adwuma no. We should give it back to Ghana. That didn't happen. And then me know ka say. And our platform we so na make there are many certain institutions on where contract with tesa. And then Kofone Johnny had data no who seek in Ghana. Mean to be more on this platform. But I know.
Wow.
What's the name can I say? Because of contracts, a previous government they signed, yeah. I don't know what happened. I don't know what was the interest, what was the motive behind it. And then health minister say because of old entries now on the previous application and software, no, yeah, the health insurance card at the end of the year. So sad data because of the health insurance, no, we can retrieve all of them.
Oh, good.
Until no data will be lost.
Okay.
I say as sad data will be kept by Ghana. It will be the bona fide property of Ghana, and will be Ghanaian owned data. You absolute control.
A new platform now.
New platform now. Health minister they about it. And they demonstrated it at the press conference. Me gidi say ade ebeboa. Ama Ghana ye niema timi etwa ye na ya save cost. All the president ama buy no. The interest of the state supersedes every other interest. Ya buy for be there and the interest of some individuals will be higher than the interest of the state. I want to commend the health minister and government for this. The Ghana for mutie me and the health minister they are chopper can see by. Because the assembly see and major hospital so be call on lips in edwuma na cute a lot of Ghanaians are go through this harrowing experience. and then I try pack a say near the bemom. Say sometimes leadership any governance no a progressives are now and some of these problems are there. I might be or corrupt because we are
yes,
at the expense of the state. What's the name?
Yes.
So for me, I'm extremely happy about this, and I know say a health minister he is committed and ready to make sure that the right things are done.
Yeah, Doc. Ghana for ni beso nkomodi we any anamo aban no etu through the minister ni na pamfo a onum bedi nkomo no. But I am sure say Ghanaians will be extremely also happy to hear that sa excesses here cause so sa dwumedie wu nyina no anamontuo bi akoso de na
assurance and the minister kan say on the attorney general and national security omeshia.
Okay,
so the attorney general and the national security they will pick it from there. They know exactly how these things are done.